CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2.
Nine, 10 p.m. We may see some weakening, hopefully, as it surges out over Lake Michigan into Indiana by 11 p.m. and midnight, but I would not count on it. All of the area has a significant risk of damaging storms tonight. Overnight tonight, the weather dies down a bit. A little bit of rain, a little bit of lightning and thunder, but the severe weather threat ends after 11 or 12. So again, we're still watching on First Alert radar as the main event is now about an hour away from western portions of our viewing area. Possible multiple tornadoes and higher wind gusts than what we saw last night as these storms approach. Looks like we are seeing a few scattered showers now developing in DuPage and Cook County. We will keep you posted right here on streaming. You can watch us on CBSChicago.com, your CBS News Chicago app, or over your streaming TV provider. Of course, we'll break into programming on TV as these storms warrant through the evening as well. Remember, as we get ready for possible tornadoes and wind damage, what would you do in a tornado warning? We need you in the basement or the lowest floor of your home or building, away from any outside walls and windows to keep you and your family safe. Thanks for joining us for this update. We'll see you again here shortly.
This has been a special weather alert from the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team.
Also, those roots at Yale, those roots in Silicon Valley. He has been a top fundraiser for Donald Trump, brought in more money than most of those other vice presidential contenders, has those connections to Peter Thiel, others that are speaking here tonight from that group. And following his Senate campaign, trying to make those inroads in the suburbs. So the first ad that he ran in the general election for the Senate was a pitch not only from him, but from his wife, Usha, who is accomplished in her own right. But that image of the two of them and their three small children is also a pitch for those suburban voters that this party has been hemorrhaging in the Donald Trump era.
Mm-hmm. I'm reaching over, if you could see me, I was reaching over to my large binder of notes here because I wanted to talk. I think people are so intrigued about who J.D. Vance is. You know, a lot of people may have read the book, Hillbilly Elegy, which is a longtime bestseller, may have seen the Netflix special that was shown on on some big screens. But today, the president, Joe Biden, saying he's a clone of Donald Trump. Arguably, in some ways, he's more conservative than Donald Trump on issues like abortion rights. Today, we heard from Jen O'Malley-Dillon, who is the Biden campaign manager today, making the case and arguing that J.D. Vance supports a national ban on abortion, has voted against protecting IVF. What's the truth on that?
Nora, this is going to be a key issue.
CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather.
Per hour confirmed thunderstorm wind gusts. It's racing our way. Here's the area I'm most concerned with. A big bow echo with tornado signatures on either end. This is surging southeastward first into DeKalb County at just after 8 p.m. On the current track, it would move into Chicago after 9 o'clock. We have more live updates all evening on streaming CBS News Chicago. I will break back in here as the storms warrant.
This has been a special weather alert from the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
In Lake County, I know we're starting to get hammered now by some back-building storms, dropping heavy rain over 94 north of Libertyville into Waukegan. We may see some small hail and gusty winds, but this is not a severe thunderstorm at this time. Here's what's concerning me, though. These are the areas that have seen so much rain. Rockford, 10 inches of rain in the past 2 nights, and this is where the storms are really starting to kind of build over the same areas. If this line sinks southward and merges with the main line to the southwest, this could spell a real flash flood concern turn northwest of the city and moving toward Chicago. Nevertheless, the main event here, look at it, with a history of producing hurricane force plus winds in Iowa. It's surging through Davenport, crossing the Mississippi, and moving into northwestern Illinois really, really fast. Rockford is about to get some storms, but we don't have any tornado warnings for Rockford. Right now, we do have a cluster of tornado warnings right here on the Mississippi in places like Davenport, Illinois. Our first communities to get this storm will, of course, be the usual suspects: DeKalb County, McHenry County, and LaSalle County. We do have a tornado watch in those areas, of course, because conditions may warrant a tornado, may produce a tornado later this evening, but we don't have any warnings there quite yet, so nothing is imminent. With that said, in DeKalb County especially, and northern LaSalle County, with this bow echo coming your way, this has the potential of 75 to 80 mile-per-hour winds, and you can see the trajectory it's on. Also, on either side of this surge of winds, you get kind of those eddies that spin up. Those are prompting tornado warnings on the south end of the bow and the north end up near Freeport on the map. So even if the worst of this wind surge misses you and you end up on the periphery, we may still have a tornado near your area as these storms progress our way. So lots to keep an eye on. Notice this huge cluster of thunderstorms is surging generally toward the southeast and toward Chicago. So let me show you now how this all plays out on the future weather model. This computer model is one of our best. It's updated every single hour, so it often has the most accurate information. Out ahead of that main line, it's picking up on some discrete cellular development, these little isolated storms that I showed you over Lake County. Those may produce some hail, and we'll have to watch them for a tornado threat if they blow up like this model suggests. But this is not a guaranteed scenario. Most of the storms, I think, come with the line, which is still behind it. By 9 p.m., here come the storms into DeKalb and McHenry counties. These purples and blacks, really mean colors on the radar. These are indicative of 80, 85 mile-per-hour winds. That's almost like an EF1 tornado, even without a tornado. And, of course, dropping multiple tornadoes. This is actually the highest tornado threat in particular that we've seen in Chicago since February, of course, when we had that rare tornado outbreak. 10 p.m. Here comes the line with some bowing segments showing big thunderstorm wind gusts, and on the back sides of those, we could have tornadoes. Those are most likely in the city, I think, between 9 and 10:30 p.m. By 11, notice how quickly this line is moving as a cold pool pushes it forward. Valparaiso, you guys are under the gun for potential wind damage, tornadoes, and maybe some hail, although that's kind of a secondary concern. After midnight, though, the severe weather threat wanes. We'll get a little rain overnight, and a little bit of flooding may persist, but that should be about it. Again, from about 8 p.m. here shortly to midnight at the latest, just a 3-4 hour window of severe weather. So we are continuing to watch. Oh, there it is. A severe thunderstorm warning now popping up for Lake County. Let's zoom in up here. Check out the specifics on it. This is for that same storm, you know, and I'll bet we get a flash flood warning with this here shortly in Waukegan, north of Evanston. This is for that same storm that's been sitting over the area for some time. It's kind of back building, we call it, which can lead to really, really heavy rain falling in a short amount of time. And also, of course, dangerous lightning. That's a really, really prevalent risk with this storm. This severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County is in effect until 8:30 p.m. tonight. And we've got Mary Kay Kleist on with us as well to help with what should be a severe weather outbreak. Mary.
And you know, David, I was just looking at that new warning that you're highlighting too, and I have the stats on it set up just so everybody can take a look. And this is going to be the sign of things to come, because David has been talking about that dramatic flood threat, and it is real because this system is almost sitting overhead and blossoming in shape. So we could see some torrential downpours with this cell. So it's Lake County in northeast Illinois that has the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. You could have wind speeds to 60 miles per hour. As David mentioned, we had dramatic winds along that main squall line that's headed our way, but these are storms building ahead of it, already creating their own localized issues with flooding. Now, this batch of severe thunderstorm activity is sliding closer to the lakefront, so now Zion getting in on it. This will also affect you in Winthrop Harbor and probably into Kenosha as well, so keep that in mind, because you could see 1-inch hail, wind gusts to 60 miles miles per hour. So this is our only severe thunderstorm warning right now. But David, I just wanted to point that out since I had the stats loaded for you. And it's a sign of things to come. Just telling you how much moisture is available, how much fuel and steam with all the heat and humidity we had today. It won't take much to create these torrential rains as they now are moving through Waukegan to Zion and Winthrop Harbor as well. I just wanted to give you a peek at that. Back to you.
Thanks for that update, Mary Kay, and we'll be using you frequently here during our team coverage through the rest of the evening on the stream and, of course, on air as the storms warrant. One more broad view here of that severe thunderstorm that Mary Kay was just tracking for us in Lake County. That one is not heading toward the city of Chicago. It's more heading eastward, but, of course, backbuilding and leading to a flood threat. But just west of DeKalb, this is going to be the area to watch with a severe thunderstorm also producing tornado warnings. If you are in DeKalb or LaSalle counties tonight and you can hear my voice, let's start preparing for your tornado precautions. Really momentarily, I suppose, in the next 15 minutes or so, we will get tornado warnings for your area, at which point we'll begin our wall-to-wall coverage. If you are in DeKalb, LaSalle counties, and McHenry County, just in case, let's be the first to start thinking of our tornado precautions. If you have a basement, that's where we want you. If you don't, lowest floor of your home or business, away from any outside walls or windows. Maybe it's a coat closet in the middle of your house, under a staircase, or a bathroom. Also, if you have a moment, grab a bicycle helmet or a motorcycle helmet, some heavy blankets, anything to protect you and your family should the worst happen and there be flying debris. So we will continue our team coverage this evening here on the stream and on air as these tornado-warned storms race toward our area. We're going to take a brief break before we get set for team coverage through the rest of the evening here as these severe storms progress. Thanks so much for watching us here on the stream on CBS News Chicago. A tornado watch continues until 1 a.m. We'll see you back here shortly with more live updates.
This has been a special weather alert from the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team.
American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again.
Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2.
Sitting in the same area, back building from 94 to Waukegan. Notice the hail tracker showing golf ball size hail in Waukegan. We want you and your family to remain indoors. If you have time to do so, you can move your car under cover. If it's hailing, though, please do stay inside. Elsewhere, the big line, the main event, now has multiple confirmed tornadoes crossing the Mississippi, entering Illinois from the northwest. No tornado warnings on the segment of the line that's about to enter LaSalle and DeKalb counties, but that big bow echo, that's the possibility of hurricane force 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts entering our area soon. We'll break back into programming as warranted with frequent live updates, and you can join us on your streaming provider, CBS News Chicago, with more updates there.
This has been a special weather alert from the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team.
Absolutely. Let me ask you about this. The Biden campaign has circled North Carolina on the map as a place that they believe they can make inroads and possibly pull back from the results in 2020. What is your assessment about North Carolina?
We feel great about North Carolina.
Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
Currently active right now only northwest of DeKalb County, but we're breaking into your programming and we're going to stay with you because I'm quite confident that these are about to be expanded into our area and really multiply in number as these storms move toward the Chicago area. Let me get you over to the radar. We're watching one severe thunderstorm so far in our area. That's the one that we broke in just 10 minutes ago to show you up in Waukegan. We still have the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail, but notice the worst of that storm has now moved offshore, just pushing east of Waukegan. There's the hail core, hopefully remaining offshore. A little back building has been happening all evening, though, and is possible going forward, so we'll keep you posted there. Here's the main concern, though. Multiple tornado warnings along this quasi-linear convective system, a QLCS. That's a fancy word for it. What it means for us, though, is numerous widespread reports of wind damage, possibly in excess of 80 miles per hour, and a tornado outbreak, quite possible in our area tonight locally. Right now, the closest tornado warning to our area is just northwest of DeKalb County. We do not have a tornado warning for that area, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for much of DeKalb and all of Kane and McHenry counties. This is for the possibility of near hurricane force 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Notice that big bow echo, we call it, shoving its way through Flag. This is about to flatten some corn and soybeans, I fear, out there in DeKalb County for our friends in Waterman and surrounding areas. Just near Rockford, this is the most concerning area of the storm where the tornado warning is in effect. If we switch over to the wind mode of the radar and move you up a little bit, this is a little ways from the radar sites, so right now we're looking a little higher in the atmosphere because of the curvature of the Earth, but we can still see a pretty pronounced potential tornado circulation between Davis Junction and Rockford. Poor friends in Rockford have had 10 inches of rain just in the past 2 nights of thunderstorm outbreaks. This is our 3rd night in a row, and now flash flooding certainly a concern up that way as well. Zooming in on this little possible tornado, I hate to say little because these things could be destructive. You know who's next in line as it moves southeastward. Franklin, South Grove, areas in northwestern DeKalb County, these are going to be under the gun next. And eventually, this whole line of storms will be making its way toward the Chicago area where more tornado warnings could be issued. We have team coverage for you tonight here in the First Alert Weather Center. Our Mary Kay Kleist also joins us with an in-depth look at these storms. Mary Kay, you've been here for some time. You've been through a lot of severe weather outbreaks here. You told me a moment ago that this looks a little bit like an event in August 2020. I was looking that up. We had the same level of severe weather threat and 15 confirmed tornadoes in the Chicago area that night.
It was the same type of setup for us, David. Boy, this brings back memories of exactly what you described. That was in August. Think about that, though, the height of COVID. We were all working remotely from home following this big event, and now we see it kind of replaying a few years later. But that squall line David has been highlighting for us, I want to give you a time frame on it just so you get an idea of when you can expect to have these gusty winds and the torrential rains. In fact, this whole line now is moving through the Cherry Valley area. So Rockford's still getting hit hard, as we mentioned, with the flood threat and also now that severe weather moving through too. So DeKalb, this line is going to be moving through for you shortly at 8:35. So you have to plan for severe storms. High winds to 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are likely along this line with some higher gusts as we've seen over Iowa. And then as it heads into Marengo at 8:46, we're going to continue this moving toward the city here. There is a lot of heat and a lot of energy moving eastward with these storms. You may have noticed from today's heat and humidity as well. I'm going to drop this into a different mode for you so we can give you the bigger picture. All the heat, all the humidity that we had throughout the day, that really gave us a lot of fuel for these storms to build. So here's the wider picture. I just want to show you how the tornado warning that we're looking at in the Rockford area is just to the west of us in McHenry McHenry. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. Still one left in the corner of Lake County for you in Zion. Maybe you're watching from Winthrop Harbor. Golf ball size hail reported with that one. And that's not related to this squall line. That was just one that built well ahead of it. Also, flash flooding is being reported in parts of Gurnee as well, with water-covered roadways and flooded out roads. But now we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are building into McHenry, into DeKalb, and also into Kane County. It's all part of that squall line that has also turned tornadic in spots. Now, the tornado warning that's in effect is for Boone, Ogle, and for, here's a new one. Let me step on this just to get this for you so we immediately have it. Okay, so now they've turned this tornado warning for DeKalb County and Ogle. So this is the one now. They have moved it into Ogle County, DeKalb County rather, from Ogle. So if you are in DeKalb County, you need to go to your safe spot right now, especially if you're watching from DeKalb, from Mayfield, from Kingston as well, because this is a radar indicated rotation, a tornado warning in effect now until 8:45 for parts of DeKalb County. These storms have a lot of energy to build on. I want to take a closer look at this super quick and just see if we can see and find that rotation right with this particular cell, because these cells have a lot of storm energy to build with, and as they move eastward, they're just going to create torrential rainfalls as they travel eastward. So as we look at the Doppler winds, please, you can kind of
keep pulling that up. Let me just read the text of the warning to our friends in DeKalb County as you get that radar situated. At 8:08 p.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage are near Davis Junction, 9 miles southeast of the Rockford Airport, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated, not a confirmed tornado, but the leading edge of these damaging wind gusts with the potential tornado moving into DeKalb at 8:23, Marengo 8:35. So what are we looking at now there, Mary Kay?
Those high winds. You see these areas in the aqua returns around Hillcrest and Linville, right along the I-39 line. Those are all moving into DeKalb as well. So if we widen out this view and look at this tornado warning, it is in effect until 8:45 for us, because these storms are all lining up as part of a major squall line that is pushing east toward the city of Chicago eventually. And this is a radar indicated rotation. As we mentioned, it is moving to the east. So in DeKalb, especially DeKalb itself, places to the north, those are spots that we are following now for this activity to be moving through. And the forward speed on this, I just want to get one more update on it here as it moves eastward, is to the east at 40. Okay, I see. Yes, at 40 miles per hour. And so you want to take cover in the lowest portion of your home in DeKalb County. And as we look at places that are in the path of this storm, as we track it out for you, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So into Cherry Valley, but DeKalb, you are going to have this activity moving in at 8:28. So basically, right now we're starting to see those big winds moving in. Marengo on track for that as well. Plato at 8:56, then Grafton at 9:02. Now, on the tail end of these times, look at these towns. If you're on this list or nearby, you want to take cover. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A basement would be great. Under a stairwell is ideal, and away from windows, of course, as you take cover from this, because we've had history of winds to 80 and 90 miles per hour with some of these tornadic cells in Iowa as they all traveled eastward along this squall line. And now we have our first tornado warning in our immediate viewing area for everyone in DeKalb County. This storm itself is moving east at 45. We do think that the severe weather will be holding together. These aren't your pop-up daytime thunderstorms. This is a well-defined line that is marching eastward and really starting to pick up on the fuels, all the heat, all the humidity that we've been building all day. David, now we're talking the dew point temperatures. We saw them in the 80s today, low and middle 80s in spots. That rarely happens, David, around here, but that does nothing but fuel these storms.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't feel good to be outside in. It also provides an incredible amount of thunderstorm fuel. Now, that serves our DeKalb residents very well. Thank you so much, Mary Kay. We'll get back to you in just a moment. If you're in Chicago wondering why you're not watching the RNC, we have a line of storms capable of producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, hurricane force, and also multiple tornadoes racing into our viewing area. We got to take care of our neighbors out in DeKalb County. We will take care of Chicago, of course, as well as these storms push our way. So let's see if we can take this full so our friends at home can see the arrival times of not necessarily a tornado, but the line of thunderstorms that will be capable of producing flash flooding, widespread wind damage. You think we saw something the past couple of nights. This will be worse. And also tornadoes. There it is. It's moving into DeKalb itself at 8:24. Marengo, 8:31. Aurora, again, not a tornado warning, but the line of storms capable of wind damage and tornadoes at 8:59. Ottawa and LaSalle County at 9:04. Waukegan, you guys just got rid of golf ball size hail from your own severe storm. Now you've got this line blasting your way. And downtown Chicago in the loop looks like arrival for us at 9:40. On the broad view, you can see this is playing out just as our models suggested it would. A huge, powerful line of storms dotted with tornado warnings from down in Canton all the way up to DeKalb County, where now in DeKalb County we have the first edge of the severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane force, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving into the county. 8:14 now, and a tornado warning in DeKalb County means that you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. If you're out on a farm there or in one of the towns, hopefully you have access to a basement. In a tornado like this, likely, you know, not an EF4, EF5, but an EF0, EF1 most likely on the lower end of the scale, these can still have 80 or 100-mile-an-hour winds. And even in the areas that don't get hit by a tornado tonight, we've seen winds, just thunderstorm winds, of 97 miles per hour from this line earlier tonight in Iowa. So we need you in a basement. We need you away from outside walls and windows. We especially need you away from walls on the west side and windows on the west side of your house. Those, as you can imagine, are going to bear the brunt of this storm as it blasts in unobstructed from the west. As far as the tornado itself, we do have the tornado warning from Rockford to Belvedere, just west of Marengo, into Franklin, DeKalb, Genoa. But the circulation itself, as our Mary Kay Kleiss was just tracking out for you, it's not necessarily going to hit all of those areas. But if you are under the tornado warning, as we just mentioned, we need you to act as if there is a tornado on your doorstep. Take those tornado precautions immediately. Now, we're looking now from the Chicago radar. We're bouncing between radar sites. Again, this is a little bit far from the radar, so the data looks a little chunky and a little broken. But if we do have a tornado with this, it's likely right here, west of Franklin. You see those bright green and blue colors that we were talking about on air here last night with 3 confirmed tornadoes in Elburn and on the south side of Chicago. We're seeing a similar setup now just west of Franklin and now moving into our viewing area, a possible tornado on the ground northeast of Linville and west of Franklin and South Grove. So in DeKalb, for instance, or down south in Waterman, you guys are included in the tornado warning, but you may luck out from this circulation itself. Still, though, we need you in your tornado safe place if you're in the warning, not only in case this tornado takes a jog to or fro, but because this whole line of storms, let me switch you back to the traditional radar, this whole line of storms is capable of producing more tornado spin-ups. And even if it doesn't, this huge bow echo is just producing tremendous wind gusts out there tonight. I mean, these bright blue colors, these are on the order of likely 70 to 80 miles per hour. And again, some of these might be just above ground level. Yes, 70 miles per hour there or so. But a lot of these are going to be translating to the ground level. So I expect a lot of wind damage to structures. I expect cars to be damaged by falling limbs, maybe some downed power lines in DeKalb County as this moves in. And of course, the risk of flooding as well. I mean, many of us have had a half a foot of rain in the past several days, so this is only going to add insult to injury there. Our Mary Kay Kleiss joins us again with a broader view of things. Now that we have the tornado warning moving into DeKalb County, Mary Kay, we fear this could be the first of many tornado warnings in our area tonight.
Right, and just as a brief reset, we want to show you where we do have tornado warnings, as you were just talking about the northern parts of DeKalb County, and then also down southwest of LaSalle. This is all filling in from Iowa today, from the Quad Cities today. So in our immediate area, we just want to update now, the tornado warning is valid for parts of DeKalb County. That's in effect until 8:45. This is radar indicated rotation with that cell. It is on the leading edge of this squall line. You can see the bow echo shape of that comma shape, just giving us the power of it and the winds that are expected. We could see straight line wind damage as well as tornadoes spinning up on the leading edge of this as it drives eastward. So taking a tighter look now at that area that is under that warning, we are talking about I-88 all the way up to the county line here. So Kingston, Mayfield, DeKalb, these areas and all the surrounding neighborhoods you need to be in your safe space. So go in the basement if you have one, or at least the interior portion of your house, to put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible, because now we can see that the very edge of this tornado warning is starting to drive east. So even in Hampshire and Virgil, prepare for severe weather as this storm travels eastward. So we do have this tornado watch out, because you can see how this is all just filling in from Rockford to Peoria. So we are just beginning an evening here of some very active weather as it drives eastward. So everyone in Chicago is thinking about that as well, as storms will be driving into the city. So here is the 10 o'clock hour. This model really picking up on the height of the instability and the power of these storms. So between 9 and 10 starting to move into the city. Torrential rains are expected along this line as it moves eastward, because you can see even storms are back building behind this and lingering. They're kind of trailing it. So we call this training effect, when storms form in the same place and just follow the same track. We've had incredible amounts of rain over the weekend. Everything is already saturated. And then when you have these torrential downpours carrying 2 to 3 inch rainfall per hour, that's just going to give us that flood threat. So that's why we do have the flood watch in effect as well. So it's an area-wide flood watch for us tonight. Also, we have the tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. But right now our focus is on the northern half of DeKalb County. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning turned tornadic now. So it's a tornado warning. You can see severe thunderstorm warnings for McHenry County and Kane County building ahead of it. But it's DeKalb that we are focusing on now, seeing that rotation. So David, I'm going to give it back to you. I just wanted to show you the wider view of how we expect this whole line to hold together and drive into the city and really create some flood threats for us tonight, as well as the damaging winds and chances for tornadoes.
Great analysis, MK. And let me switch you over to a live camera. Let's see if we can take this full. This is from the NIU Meteorology Campus. Look at that. In DeKalb County, this is the tornado warned storm itself. What you're looking at looks like a postcard, I know, as this storm races toward the camera. You can see the frames updating and kind of jerking toward your way. This storm is moving so quickly, 40 to 50 miles per hour, with even stronger wind gusts on the front end, that we could likely stay on this for a few minutes and watch the storm hit. What you're seeing there at the top part of your screen are the towering cumulonimbus clouds in a big thunderstorm. What you see in the middle, which looks like kind of a layer or a shelf, that's actually called a shelf cloud. Toward the top of your screen now, that smooth shelf, that's the cold thunderstorm air, rain-cooled air, hitting the ground and expanding forward as a ground level shove of thunderstorm winds. As that happens, it actually forces the air in front of it up and over that shelf. Look at that. It's advancing our way so quickly. This is a good indication that damaging thunderstorm wind gusts are imminent at the NIU campus. This is our NIU meteorology cam again, if you're just joining us, looking westward from DeKalb County. And on the underside there, of course, you have some low-hanging scud clouds, and you also have heavy torrential rainfall and the potential of some small hail. Now let me stay on this, and we'll switch over to a different westward view from, again, NIU meteorology. This is, wow, look at that. This is also the tornado warned storm, the line of storms that parts of it are tornado warned. advancing toward NIU. There are likely sirens going off for this potentially destructive thunderstorm throughout DeKalb County. And the potential of destructive wind gusts, even if you're not hit by a tornado from this storm, destructive wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour are a distinct possibility. Let me give you one more live view from that same area as the storm races our way. Unbelievable. This is from the NIU Meteorology Campus looking westward toward that line of storms that is racing our way. We'll check back in on that in just a moment. Let's reset just a moment on the broader view. We're with you tonight because there are tornado warnings entering our viewing area from the northwest. This line of intense thunderstorms on the radar has really solidified, and it's formed this kind of wavy appearance. You can see, just as our models predicted, there's a surge of thunderstorm wind gusts right here, forcing the thunderstorms out into a bow. There's also a surge a little farther north, entering DeKalb County. On the edges of these surges, you can have rotational velocities. You can have spin-up tornadoes, and that's what's prompting the tornado warning for our friends in DeKalb County. Let me switch back over to the velocity for our friends in DeKalb County. If we do have a tornado, just to refresh your memory, this big green area, that's the cold thunderstorm air that's rushing your way as damaging wind gusts. If we do have a tornado, it's going to be right on the leading edge of that and in these little notches. So you can see, just as we warned you about last night and just as we warned you might happen tonight, there are these little notches, and there are a few of them to watch. Just near Willow Creek, Waterman. Our friends out in Waterman, you guys better be in your tornado safe place, because even though the main tornado warning is to your north, look at this. We now have a rotation, a tight couplet coming eastward directly at you in Waterman. So in Waterman, let's get in our tornado safe place. Just north of there on the line, we have another notch approaching DeKalb. So this right here, you see that little hook right there? This is a rotating part of the storm that could be either a funnel cloud or maybe a rotating wall cloud, a big spaceship looking thing, or it could be a tornado that's on the ground. We, of course, need to be in our tornado safe place just north of these areas. From Franklin to Genoa, the signal is still a little spotty, up past Kingston as well. You know, this is still far from the radar site, so unfortunately, since the Earth curves and the radar beam just shoots a straight line, we're looking a little bit higher into the atmosphere than I'd like. We want to see what's going on down at ground level, but we don't always have that option here in the rural areas. We do have a lot of areas of rotation is the point. So Franklin, Genoa, Belvedere, Riley, these are all areas in an imminent danger of a potential tornado. Let me take you back, as promised, to NIU meteorology. Look at that. This is the tornado-warned storm, or the line of storms capable of producing tornadoes, racing into the NIU campus. If folks on campus happen to be watching us, of course, we do want you in your safe place as well. Lowest floor of the building that you're in, or dormitory that you're in. If you have a basement, that's wonderful. And of course, if you don't have a basement, we want you in the centermost room of your house, your school building, your business, your apartment, wherever you may be. That's going to put as many layers of protection between you and that storm outside as possible. One more view here from a different shot on the NIU Meteorology Campus, and look at this. It looks like we're starting to see, I know the frame rate's a little slower than we'd like here, starting to see a few raindrops on the lens, the potential of some thunderstorm wind gusts coming our way. It looks like we won't get a smooth video feed from this, but I think what we're seeing here, Mary Kay, is the leading edge of those damaging thunderstorm wind gusts and very, very heavy rain moving into NIU Meteorology Campus. Also, you talk about, people in Twister and whatnot talk about a green sky. There's a little bit of an eerie look to these storms out there, Mary Kay, aren't there?
Oh, there sure are. And it gets dangerous now. The sun has set, it's getting darker and darker, and these are going to be rain-wrapped rotating thunderstorms. So they're going to be very difficult to see. And I want to give you this wide view because now we have new severe thunderstorm warnings that have now been marked for Kane County and also up for McHenry County as well. We still have the tornado warnings out to the west. So this is a little update for you to show you how that line is filling in. So in in Boone County, it's radar indicated. DeKalb County, you still have the tornado warning in effect until 8:45. And then we still have tornado warnings just to the west of that first one in Bureau and Putnam County as storms are moving east very quickly along this impressive line. This squall line is going to continue eastward toward the city here over the next couple of hours and really bring some strong winds with it. So as it moves eastward into Marengo shortly at 8:41, we're starting to see too that when storms form, they are creating incredibly heavy amounts of rain, and also flash flooding could be a big threat for us with these cells, because you could see those rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. We even had that cell in Lake County bring golf ball size hail. So it just kind of tells you how the atmosphere is really brewing as this line moves in. So McHenry 909, Aurora about 914 to see the main core of that squall line move eastward. Then as we get into Aurora at 914, Schaumburg 924, we do expect this line to hold together traveling east into Naperville at 928, just because it is part of a line that's been driving and expanding from Iowa to the Quad Cities and now into our viewing area. Look at the history of this as it's taking shape, pulling out multiple warnings and a lot of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So this is all traveling to the city in that 9 to 10 o'clock hour, and models are really picking up on the intensity. We normally don't see these purple returns and dark, almost black returns showing up on our model data unless it is something that is super impressive, and that's the case. And then you notice how this kind of spreads out at 11. The line is still driving, the damaging winds on the edge of it, but behind it you're getting those back building thunderstorms. That's when you really start having problems with flooding, and that could be an issue for us tonight. That's why we have the flood watch up as well as a tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock this morning, because it's going to take a while for this system to move through, and it's going to leave incredibly heavy amounts of rain in places that have already received so much rain. And the tornado watch is area wide until 1 o'clock in the morning. So storms continue to build. Let's take a quick look here. I just want to pull into that very first warned storm just to show you that that tornado is continuing to move eastward with the warning until 8:45. So you still have about 45 more minutes in DeKalb County to stay in your safe place until the storm has passed. But now you can see the edge of this just starting to push eastward. I wanted to just take a quick peek of a velocity signature on this. And I know that when we start seeing that aqua blue color, that is telling us that winds could be gusting to 80 and even 90 miles per hour as the storms are driving through Kingston, through DeKalb now, headed into Virgil and into Hampshire as well. So, David, I think we're going to end up with a lot of destructive winds with this line as it comes through. So not only with the flash flood threat and chances for tornadoes, but you're talking about straight line wind damage too.
Yes, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, as you've been reporting, could be widespread with this. Here we go from our live picture that you're looking at in the big box on your screen. This is in Campton Hills, just northwest of Chicago, close to Elgin. We have a live crew safely positioned in that area to receive the storms and be able to show you a first look and a first alert at just how intense they may be in about an hour from now as they rock that area and race into Cook County and DuPage County in Chicago. You're seeing some lightning there in the distance, frequent cloud to ground lightning. We do not have a severe thunderstorm warning yet in Chicagoland, but this area will undoubtedly go under one in the next hour as the storms race that way. Again, this is a live view, not from the tornado warned area in DeKalb County, but instead closer to Chicago in Campton Hills on the northwest side of town. Back we go now to the NIU Meteorology Campus in DeKalb County. This is that camera that we showed you, which has now been overtaken by heavy rain and gusty winds. We also have another live perspective for us here in Chicago. This is from the downtown skyline looking off to the west. Well, we've got kind of that humidity haze obscuring our view just a bit. As Mary Kay was reporting, we have incredible amounts of humidity. Dew points of 80 degrees. That's something that you get, you know, in the tropics that makes you sweat instantly when you walk outside. All of this is leading to a tornado watch for the city of Chicago and everyone else until 1 a.m. Tornado warnings still confined to our friends west of LaSalle County and in DeKalb County as well as this powerful line of storms races your way. Let's update you now on the leading edge of the wind damage, even outside of the tornado warning. Looks like we got a new extension of the tornado warning including northern Kane County now as this storm continues to move eastward. I can hear the printer firing off. As the storm continues to move east, let me get the latest here for you on this new tornado warning, the new extension of it, including Kane County, southern and southwestern McHenry County, and of course still DeKalb County under the tornado warning. There is damage possible, although not yet confirmed. We have a tornado possible with this storm, but not yet confirmed. Possible tornado, though, in northern Kane County, where we had a tornado last night in Elburn. We now need you in your safe place again. Even if you're outside of the tornado warned area, though, this is that surge of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that Mary Kay Kleist was just tracking for you. Just to refresh your memory, it's blasting through Mendota and Earl toward Freedom and Wallace, eventually Ottawa next in LaSalle County. This is now really overtaking Waterman in DeKalb County, Afton, DeKalb itself, getting blasted by really, really strong, possibly hurricane force, 70, 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A little bit north of there, not only do we have the powerful thunderstorm wind gusts that are blasting into McHenry County now, finally that severe storm exiting Waukegan, although we still have some heavy rain out there. There will be a flood threat in Lake County tonight, no doubt. But now the main event, as promised, is surging our way. Marengo, you guys are now under the tornado warning. Let's get tight on these circulations. And sometimes it can be tough to pick out where the tornado may be in these linear systems, a line of storms instead of just a classic individual supercell. But if we do have a tornado with this, and this is why the National Weather Service just extended this warning a bit geographically, it would be right here. Well, I'll name a number of circulations because it's hard to pick it out. We got a lot. On the border of DeKalb and McHenry County, here's one notch north of Genoa. That could be a tornado, so we need you in your safe place. If you're between Genoa and Sycamore, even out toward Burlington, this is an even more classic signature of a possible tornado right here where these little green notches intrude on the red. Genoa itself, you have an imminent tornado threat, so we need you in your basement or in the lowest floor of your home or business now. Just south of Sycamore, in DeKalb. DeKalb, the tornado threat winding down for you as this surge of thunderstorm winds overcomes you. But on 88 toward Maple Park and Caneville, you guys are under an imminent threat of a spin-up tornado at any moment with this line. Waterman, we talked about you 5-10 minutes ago with a tornado threat. Now, still a signature just northeast of Waterman of a possible tornado. This would be moving east at, I believe, 40 miles per hour, clipping Pierce on the south side and threatening Hinckley and Big Rock on its journey eastward. We continue our journey of possible tornadoes down the line into LaSalle County, and it looks luckily like our friends in Mendota and Earl more of a damaging thunderstorm wind threat at this time as opposed to tornado. But this now means we have multiple possible tornadoes. The most concerning signature that I see right now, signatures, they're both in DeKalb County. Right here, northeast of Waterman, surging toward Pierce and Hinckley, and also on the east and northeast side of DeKalb. This is why the tornado warning continues there. National Weather Service trimming the warning just a bit, tightening it up here in northwestern Kane, northeastern DeKalb, and southwestern McHenry County, where we need you in your tornado safe place. Back out to the broad view, this is what Mary Kay was showing you about the storm's progression. It looks like these storms are most likely to hit Chicago in about an hour from now. They're surging eastward at 40 to 45 miles per hour, and they're accelerating. So now they're only about 47 miles from the loop, it looks like. And as these storms accelerate with the cold air being dropped down behind it, we could be being impacted by possible tornadoes, certainly some wind damage in downtown Chicago at 9:30. Mary Kay Kleist back here with our First Alert team coverage of what could be a tornado outbreak. Mary Kay, this is our third night in a row of dealing with storms like this.
Right, and our atmosphere is so warm and so humid, it doesn't take much to touch off storms and just aggravate the atmosphere. But David, I think this is going to be one of those nights, we've seen it before, where almost every single county at one point will have some kind of warning tonight, whether it be for a flash flood, severe thunderstorm, or a tornado warning. You can see all these counties painted in the orange. That's indicating where we have severe thunderstorm warnings currently. That tornado warning, though, is what we've been focusing on because that's That's the hot spot. And for neighbors and neighborhoods that should be taking cover right now, from Mayfield to Genoa to Riley to Hampshire. So we're starting to reach there into parts of McHenry County and into Kane County as well, as the storms are moving east. So the tornado warning does continue in this area. So you want to be in your safe place as these storms are moving eastward. They are moisture loaded and they are creating damaging winds. So the tornado warning for DeKalb County in effect until 8:45 this evening. Storms are moving to the east. So I want to take a closer look at the velocity signature on this just to see if we had any changes. But, you know, one thing to point out, I know David was talking about all of these notches you see in these little hooks along the leading edge of this radar return. That just gives us an idea just to realize how powerful the wind flow can be. And then when we check the velocity on it, we can clearly see that too, where when you start to see really these areas that have the aqua blue color behind them, that's telling us that in Afton and DeKalb, right along 88 and 39, right where it meets, so big winds there, merging then with the winds coming from the opposite direction, right around Genoa. That's been a place the National Weather Service has been monitoring for tornadic activity. And this is all headed your way into Burlington and into Hampshire, as the Doppler winds are just so impressive with this. And also up to the north into Marengo as well. We do have a solid line of some very strong winds as they move eastward. So this tornado warning in effect kind of touching 3 counties here. We're into DeKalb, we're into parts of Kane, and into parts of McHenry as well for damaging wind threat. And you could also see a tornado, but the problem is now it's dark. So as far as what you can see with the naked eye, it's just really tough to know. That's why it's best to be in your safe spot, as all of this is all tacked on to tornadic activity. We could see wind gusts to 70 miles per hour with some of these as they move eastward. Now I noticed that the forward speed on this is a little bit slower with this warning. But just to tell you of the towns where you should be taking cover, we're talking about Seneca now, 8:42, then heading also into Woodstock at 8:46 up to the north there, and then Huntley at 8:57. This line holding together as powerful storms, but right now these towns on the list, these are the spots where you want to be in your safe place, the lowest level of your home. Put as many windows between you and the outdoors as possible, and always stay away from the windows. So Algonquin about 9:09, Bartlett 9:15, Schaumburg 9:23, Hoffman Estates, and then eventually this is going to start interacting with our 2 big airports as this whole line drives east. I want to show you this wide view. It all started in Iowa, built over the Quad Cities, and kind of really got explosive in nature because it's tapping into that extremely hot and humid air mass that we've been building here in Chicago throughout the day. So as David was measuring, this is about 45 miles yet from the city of Chicago, but soon those winds will be picking up. There's so much lightning along this line too. I don't want to leave that out, but when we're analyzing the storms, we usually have to peel off the lightning so we could take a better look at those storms as they come in. But David, I think what's so dangerous about this is now the time of day when you're talking it's dark and when you're talking about torrential rain. And if you're out in a car, you really shouldn't be here. Let me click on this real quick while we're talking because we have a new tornado warning. Okay. This is for Kane County, so they are extending it for places like Virgil, Blackberry, Campton Hills, and into Batavia. This is radar indicated, and David, when you have a handle on the velocity from this, I'm gonna let you zoom in on it, but I wanted to update you immediately because this just came in. So this is until 9:15, a tornado warning for Kane County now. That one is holding together from the west and starting to move in to Maple Park, to Virgil, and then to Blackberry and Campton Hills. These are the towns that need to be in your safe spot as the storm continues pushing eastward very quickly. So tornado warning now in effect. David, do you want to give us a closer look, or should I zoom
I got
into
it. Ask and you shall receive, my friend. Let's go tight now on the velocity signature. Unfortunately, Mary Kay, as you said, this is the same area that was hit by a confirmed EF0 tornado last night. Elburn, now under a tornado warning. St. Charles, under a tornado warning. This has been extended to include much of Kane County, where we all need to be in our tornado safe place right now. Zooming out a little bit, well, we'll get to that in just a minute. Just to orient you, it looks like Chicago could get hit by the worst of this in about an hour or even less, even in the loop. The storms could be clear of our area, the severe weather threat, in 2 hours. So these are very fast moving, just got a couple hours to get through. But in the meantime, we could see a pretty serious outbreak of tornadoes. In Kane County, let's zoom out, get you back in. Geneva, St. Charles, Aurora, these are all areas that need to be in their safe place right now. The most concerning radar signature of a possible tornado is right here southwest of Burlington. You can see the couplet, we call it, where this green and now some blue meet the red. This is a strong rotation in the atmosphere, and this is now getting close enough to the radar site where this is pretty low in the atmosphere. You know, if I had to bet, I'll bet we've got at least a weak tornado on the ground right now in western Kane County. This is only one of many, many notches on this line. What do I mean by notches? Well, you can see these big bows of wind that are surging through Marengo. That's relatively straight in appearance, up and down, north and south. But then you get this kind of wavy formation, and this is where we get into trouble. The National Weather Service just telling us in the past 30 minutes that low-level winds are strengthening on the front side of this storm, which is enhancing the amount of spin in the atmosphere. So even though the sun is going down, which traditionally means that we lose the heating and we decrease the severe weather threat, our severe weather and tornado threat is actually increasing with these storms, partially because of all the heat and moisture in the atmosphere that Mary Kay was talking about. A little bit farther down the line, let me make sure I'm not missing any. Sandwich, Big Rock, thunderstorm wind gusts on your doorstep. From Hinckley to Big Rock, we have the potential of another notch, but doesn't look like a tornado. Our friends in Waterman and behind this front edge, you guys are now safe. You can come out of your tornado safe place. Willow Creek, Creston, DeKalb, you guys, your tornado threat, even up in Genoa, is now decreasing as the line surges eastward. These are the most concerning areas, though, so let's get in on them. From Maple Park to Virgil, surging eastward at a good 40+ miles per hour toward Lily Lake. This is a potential tornado, so we need you in Kane County to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in, away from outside walls and windows. If you have a basement, that's great. Hopefully you have a TV down there, turn it to channel 2, and we will keep you advised throughout the evening. Just north of that area, near Burlington, Plato, this is an even stronger rotation in the atmosphere. Another potential tornado here. North of this area, Hampshire, another notch in the radar. These are all areas that are under an imminent threat of tornadoes. And remember, even if you don't hear the sirens, even if your phone hasn't started to ring with that emergency alert tone, sometimes, you know, you can miss one of these. You might not even be under a tornado warning, and you may have a tornado hit. For instance, we had 3 confirmed tornadoes, EF0 tornadoes last night. I believe only one of those was under a tornado warning at the time. So we've really got to pay attention to this line as it surges to the east. On the broader view, let me get you out to Chicago. We do not have any storms here yet, but I was actually just looking while Mary Kay was analyzing that storm, the rain totals that we're starting to stack up in Lake County. We've been talking about tornadoes, of course, get the headline, wind damage a concern, but flooding is a real threat tonight. In these areas that have seen 4 to 8 inches of rain in just the past 48 hours, we've now had another ½ inch to 2 inches fall, especially up in Lake County from these training thunderstorms. If I put this into motion, you can see how that rain has really stacked up in a very, very short period of time. So flooding, as if we didn't have enough to worry about, also a big concern. If you project these storms eastward on their current trajectory, notice how these possible tornadoes, these rotational signatures, are heading straight eastward into our biggest population center, 8+ million people, the city of Chicago. So now in Chicago, while it's not raining, this is the time to think about what you're going to do if a tornado warning is issued. Just to remind you, of course, we want you away from outside walls and windows, in the lowest floor of your home or business. If you live on a high floor, in a high rise, they have a tornado plan. Maybe it's in an interior staircase, not the elevators. Maybe you can take the staircase to a lower floor where you're safe. If you live in a 3-flat or you have downstairs neighbors, maybe you can knock on their door if a tornado warning is issued. Just be thinking of those things, because that'll make it that much easier in the moment. Of course, you want to take any animals with you as well if a tornado warning is issued. Okay, let's get you back over to Mary Kay Kleist. We have a complicated scenario now with multiple tornado warnings moving through Kane County and also clipping the southern edge of McHenry County.
And David, this really reminds me of 2020 August when this whole line filled in and was just charging towards Chicago. You were talking about the high rises in the city. I was talking to my son who lives in a high rise. What should I do? Well, yes, get out of the studio unit with the windows, right? Go into the hallway, into the stairway, and bring a flashlight, and I would charge the phone and have it with you as well, and then you can turn us on the stream and watch, so you know when things clear out and you're in the clear, or when you have warnings, and at the same time you have a flashlight just in case the generators don't work or if they lose power for some odd reason. So it's about 45 minutes away from the center of Cook County, this squall line, but we did notice, as David was talking about, a little amplification in the forward speed. So within the next 40 to 45 minutes, you have to be on guard in the city of Chicago for those leading edge winds to really pick up, because right now the line is about 42 miles from the city. I want to widen this out and show you how now all of our western counties have filled in with some sort of warning. The orange ones are severe thunderstorm warnings. This gives you a nice picture of that squall line of where is it going? That's what it comes down to. And then what should I do? That's for the safety of saving lives. So the height of this warning, the whole line of it, the areas in red, that's where we have tornado warnings. These tornado warnings now are for parts of McHenry County, also for Hampshire, going into Campton Hills. This is moving eastward toward Algonquin, toward Elgin, toward Wayne as well. Same spot as we had last night. And on the edge of the radar, you can see all these little hooks and broken areas that have all these notches to them. And that's just telling us that you can have those very quick spin-up rotations. And it's so incredibly dangerous when you have dark skies, torrential rain, rain-wrapped tornadoes. This timeline for you, I wanted to put a timeline on that tornado warning as I'm talking, just so you know, if you're on this list, you should be in your safe space now, away from all the windows, lowest portion of
room to see someone of that stature carry on. And I think any American can applaud that kind of moment of carrying on in the political fight, as President Biden said in his speech to the country, and as so many Republicans have said here today to CBS News. Let people at the ballot box decide what happens in the American political system, not violence, not a gunman.
And so much of addressing those wounds is appearing in public. We have seen photos and videos of Donald Trump. We have not seen him in public. So it means a lot to these people behind here who are literally the delegates giving him the nomination, but also for the general public to see movement, to see him in a public space again.
The air is so hot, so humid, and there's some cool air behind this system that is just interacting with this boiling pot we've been building all day with the extreme heat and the humidity, and that's what's creating this severe weather. So all of our western counties have some sort of warning. If it's not a severe thunderstorm warning, it is a tornado warning, and these storms, as I mentioned, are about 45 minutes or so into the heart of Cook County. So you do want to take cover and prepare for where would you go if all of a sudden you hear the tornado sirens come off. But our best advice, David, I think on a night like this is if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning and you see that this is a squall line, not pop-up summertime thunderstorms, and the radar display is behaving with all these notches, there could be a quick spin up at a moment's notice. And in the dark, and hopefully you're away from the windows, you wouldn't see it anyway, but you do want to almost prepare for a possible tornado, even if you have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for your area.
You're exactly right. And the most dangerous circulations or potential tornadoes right now from Caneville to Elburn, Lily Lake, Plato Township. These are all the areas in Kane County that Mary Kay was just showing you. On the broader view, as Mary Kay just covered, about 40-45 minutes away from downtown Chicago now. Here are the arrival times, if we could check these out full, of the leading edge of damaging thunderstorm winds and potential tornadoes. Aurora, it's on your doorstep. 5 minutes away. We need you in your tornado safe place because you are under a tornado warning. Schaumburg, 9:14. Joliet, the arrival of strong damaging winds from the west and heavy rain at 9:23. O'Hare, as Mary Kay mentioned, this is going to mess with your flights tonight. 9:27. Orland Park, just after 9:30. The Loop, 9:45. Northwest Indiana, including Hammond, will come shortly thereafter. So these are really quick hitting storms. Let me take you out to a live view near Campton Hills. This is on the northwest side of Chicago area, close to Elgin. We've had a crew stationed out there waiting for the storms to arrive. And just to give you a first alert on what kind of weather we're seeing out near you. And we're seeing the lightning getting closer, the thunderstorm, lightning illuminating the clouds. Look at that. Of course, as these storms approach, you might want to look outside and go check out what the lightning looks like, or see if you can see a tornado. We really, really urge you to resist that because A, it's nighttime, you're not going to see much. B, these tornadoes, if we do have them, are wrapped in rain, so you will likely not be able to see it, even if a flash of lightning illuminates it. And C, you might get hit by lightning. Lightning by itself is a killer every year in the United States. And everybody who gets hit by lightning is outside. You are always safe inside from a thunderstorm that produces lightning. Just had a new warning hit the printer here. Looks like some river flooding out in Jasper County. No new news there. Again, you're looking at a live view from the northwestern side of Chicago, looking westward toward those incredible advancing thunderstorms. Right now, we have widespread severe thunderstorm warnings for this line as it moves our way. Ottawa, Kendall County under a severe thunderstorm warning, as is McHenry County. We have a flash flood warning in Waukegan for some stationary thunderstorms ahead of this main event. Thank goodness this little line of back building cells, yes, it has caused some flooding in the Waukegan area tonight, but thank goodness it's over the lake. If this were over Chicago right now, we would have a combined sewage overflow, no doubt. The MWRD, the Municipal Water Reclamation District, told us tonight that the Deep Tunnel Project, the McCook Reservoir, which handles all of our stormwater and our sewage during big rain events like we've had so many of this past couple weeks, 5 inches of rain and counting this month, triple what we should have. They have told us that the McCook Reservoir tonight is all of a sudden 75% full. It's gotten 160 feet deep of water in it just in the past 48 hours. And they actually sent out a notice that if you can conserve how much wastewater you're producing, just hearing of a ground stop at O'Hare as these storms approach. So cascading flight cancellations and delays. We also now have a new extension of the tornado warning. This is why in Cook County you need to be ready for a tornado tonight. The line of storms, the segment of this line that's racing towards Chicago right now is solidly warned on tornado warnings. 3 tornado warnings encompassing all of Kane County now. And this is the part of the storm that is surging into our area. Again, a ground stop reported at O'Hare at 8:53 tonight. This is our camera in that area near Rosemont and O'Hare. You can see some traffic on the roadways. No doubt folks need to be off the roadways by the time these storms hit. Let me get you back in on these tornadoes. This is the most important part of what we're covering here for you tonight. Of course, there's dangerous flooding possible up in Lake County, but the most urgent part of these storms that we're looking at is right here in Kane County. These tornado-warned storms extend from Sugar Grove up to Blackberry and Campton Hills, and they're surging eastward into Batavia, Geneva, and Aurora. These are the same areas that were under a tornado warning last night. I urge you not to have tornado warning fatigue and think, well, you know, I heeded the warnings last night, went to the basement, and I was fine. I'm not going to do it tonight. Please do. Every storm is different. Just because you may not have been impacted, luckily, at your house last night does not mean that you might get away the same tonight. So again, possible tornadoes along this wavy line between Elburn and Big Rock surging eastward. If I pan you a little bit northward, this is an even more concerning possible tornadic circulation in Plato, in Hampshire. This is surging eastward toward Elgin. If the control room can make sure that our crew in Campton Hills, not far from there, is in a parking garage or on the downwind side, on the east side, they're in their basement. Wonderful. Of a significant building. We want everybody to stay out there, including, of course, the folks who are nice enough to brave the storms and give us a live view of them for you tonight. We're seeing a little wind surge here now between Big Rock and Aurora, not only from the possible tornado tightening up there north of Sugar Grove, but right here. This right here is could be a microburst, a downburst, or just kind of a wind surge, possibly up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. In Big Rock, we're getting hammered. Sugar Grove, this is any second on your doorstep. And to add insult to injury, not only a straight line thunderstorm wind blast heading to Sugar Grove, Aurora, and Geneva, but also now a tightening of this possible tornado. Let's pause it right here near Sugar Grove. If you live anywhere near these intersections here in Kane County, 47 in Merrill, 47 and 88, Harder Road, if any of this sounds like your neighborhood, or any of these roads to the east, Bliss, Healy, and Norris Road, there is a possible tornado on your doorstep, and you cannot waste time. We need you in your tornado-safe place, preferably a basement, right now. Our Mary Kay Kleist is still watching the advancing line of storms as it moves from Kane County and elsewhere into Chicago. Mary Kay, it looks like 30 minutes or less, some parts of the city will be getting the full brunt of this.
Exactly. I want to pinpoint what you are zoomed in on because the National Weather Service, David, is confirming a tornado near Sugar Grove. I have this in our correlation coefficient setting, our debris detector, showing us that around the Sugar Grove area, David, we have debris showing up on our Doppler. So that is just telling us that area you were just zoomed into, that is a confirmed tornado, says the National Weather Service. I was just getting an update from them as you were speaking, and zooming into that same area. So this is a spot right near Sugar Grove in the heart of that tornado warning where we are seeing that debris signature. So you're running along 88 there and 47. Towns aren't popping up. There we go. Okay, so this must be a neighborhood because it's Healy Road, Bliss Road. I'm going to back it out just a little bit. So we are right there. Okay, northeast of Sugar Grove now, right along I-88. That's where we are seeing some debris showing up on our Doppler radar here. We do have high winds as well. Wow, those are really strong winds between Sugar Grove and North Aurora. And the Weather Service, looking at that, yeah, let me give it back to you as you could take a little more on that.
Yeah, and here are the latest arrival times. That's a great analysis of where the debris is. This is now a confirmed tornado, as Mary Kay told you. Crucial in these communities. Let's take it full for a moment. I know we're running short on time. Aurora, 904, Exposition View. Pardon me, Aurora. Yeah, and Exposition View, both at 904. All of the other communities listed, this is now a confirmed tornado that's racing your way. Naperville, if this confirmed tornado is still on the ground, 917 is when it arrives for you. Again, the big development now, a confirmed tornado from this tornado warning just west of the city of Chicago. This is the part of the storm that is racing toward the city of Chicago. Aurora, North Aurora, these are all areas that need to be in their tornado safe place right now. Anywhere inside of this purple box, this is not only a typical tornado warning, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground now in Sugar Grove, according to the National Weather Service. We'll get back in on what Mary Kay was just showing you briefly here. This is the velocity signature, and it's coming up. It's coming down to 88 into Aurora and North Aurora. Incredible that Mary Kay was just showing you a moment ago the debris signature. We call that a correlation coefficient. This is a debris signature of the tornado chewing up things on the ground and tossing them into the air. The radars that we have are so sophisticated we can tell the difference between raindrops, snowflakes, pieces of a house, dirt, and that's what we're seeing right here. There's a big inconsistency or an incongruency. It's not rain, it's not wind. This is tornadic debris coming down 88 into Aurora. Let's reset for a moment with Erica Sargent. Erica.
Thank you, David. Good evening. I am Erica Sargent. We are just about to hit 9 o'clock here at CBS News Chicago, and we are tracking the severe weather across the Chicago area. Multiple tornado warnings going on right now. As David just mentioned, one tornado already confirmed on the ground. So we are here on air to keep you safe and informed. This all, of course, going on during the first night of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. You can still watch the political events online on our streaming network, CBS News Chicago. But here now, I want to take you to meteorologist David Yeomans in our First Alert Weather Center with the latest on these storms. David, tornado warnings, we've seen them one after another tonight, and now you were saying one confirmed on the ground.
Confirmed tornado on the ground north of Sugar Grove. So this is getting into a more and more populated area, you know, as it marches into the Chicagoland area. This is the spot on the radar that we were just tracking for you. Not the red, not the purple, this right there on 88. Let me slow it down so you can track it out a little bit better. The areas in the direct path of this confirmed tornado on the ground include North Aurora. Here it is, and remember the radar might be 30 seconds or a minute behind, so let's cheat it forward a little bit. It's coming down 88 toward Orchard Gateway Boulevard, down Tanner Road and Norris Road, towards Sullivan Road, and eventually, if we zoom out just a bit, go a little bit to the right here, to the east, this is North Aurora on 88. So if you're in Aurora, North Aurora, even Batavia, you guys are close enough to this confirmed tornado's eastward trajectory that we need to be in your tornado safe place right now. There's a new scan of the radar, and it looks like, I don't want to count my chickens here, but it looks like we may have had the signature weaken just a little bit from this to this, but we're still seeing an inconsistency on the debris detector, which means there may still be a tornado on the ground very well. A broader view shows again, this is the most concerning part of the storm, and it's directly on an eastward trajectory towards Chicago. Back to Erica for just a moment.
All right, David, thank you. We are taking you to a view here, not just of our weather coverage, but former President Donald Trump. He is, of course, in Milwaukee at the RNC, and as many of our sources told us, he would be making an appearance tonight. We see him in the Fiserv Forum there on his way up. Now, if we do hear him speak, we will bring you part of that coverage, but as we said earlier, our complete coverage is on our streaming network, digital streaming network, CBS News Chicago. We're trying to balance you being informed with the RNC, but also trying to keep you safe as we have these tornadoes, potential additional warnings coming in. Former President Donald Trump walking up the stairs. So we are going to continue with this coverage for now to see if he does make any statement. We know today
CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
County and DuPage County. In Aurora right now, we have a confirmed tornado in your area on the ground. Just north of there in Geneva, we have a possible tornado and a tornado warning for you, including South Elgin, Wayne, eventually to Bartlett if this warning is extended. And now a new confirmed tornado warning on the ground for Oswego, heading out to Plainfield, Romeo, Lockport, and Joliet. This storm is a new confirmed tornado heading right toward Romeoville. This is exactly where the National Weather Service office is, actually, so they're likely heeding their own advice, going to their tornado safe place right now. But in Oswego, this is a big development. We have twin confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Kane County and into northern Kendall County. Mary Kay Kleist is still continuing our team coverage with us tonight. A really dynamic situation. Mary Kay, what am I missing here? What are you watching on this line?
Well, I'm watching this whole line fill every single county in Illinois with some kind of warning, because those warnings now into Cook County, into Kankakee County, and into Will, with those powerful winds headed for the city. So here are the current warnings. Quick snapshot for you. You are focusing on those 2 tornado warnings that we have in the center here, but all of the counties otherwise have severe thunderstorm warnings. But let's go in tighter to that confirmed tornado. We need to put a track on this one. This is the one we were watching near Sugar Grove. Well, now that rotation is just between Sugar Grove and Aurora, almost riding right along I-88. So as far as towns in the path, in Naperville, you want to be in your safe space. Also Lisle, Naperville 914, Lisle 917, Downers Grove 922, then headed into York. This is a confirmed tornado into Elmhurst at 928, and then Bellwood at 931. That is the first one. David was talking about twin tornadoes. Just to the south of that, we have another one that is moving east. This one has a little bit of faster of a forward speed, going east at 50 miles per hour. So into Tamarack at 909. Now this is going to affect the Bolingbrook area too, and areas near the Promenade Mall where 355 meets there, and the interchange down to 55 itself, because this whole line is moving eastward. So into Homer at 929, and then Silver Cross Hospital at 931. So you can see how these storms are driving eastward into the city itself. Multiple warnings along it. Tornado warnings, though, continue for us in parts of Kane and DuPage, Kendall, and Will counties, with severe thunderstorm warnings all the way to the lakefront, because this line is starting to move closer to the city of Chicago, and it will continue on that eastward track, bringing winds perhaps to 70 and 80 miles per hour, and torrential rains with these. So David, we are watching every county be touched by this squall line. These are not your typical summertime pop-up thunderstorms. These are a well-defined line of severe weather for us, with those 2 confirmed tornado areas.
No doubt, and we want to remind our viewers tuning in tonight that we are streaming your Republican National Convention coverage on our stream, cbschicago.com, on your CBS News app, or on your streaming provider. We are continuing our weather coverage with confirmed tornadoes in our area here on air, and also on the CBS Chicago News YouTube channel. We have a confirmed tornado warning for northeast Kendall and northern Will County, not because somebody saw it, but because there is a tornado debris signature on radar. It is tracking toward the east from Oswego, moving eastward from there. We also had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Aurora Airport, also associated with this line. Here is the broad view, not of just the tornado warnings, which are of course the most important, but of this line of potential 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts and the potential of more tornadoes. And here it is. It's moving into Naperville imminently, Joliet at 920. Downtown Chicago in the Loop, we're still on track for 948. Gary, Indiana, 1011. LaPorte, 1054. All the way over to South Bend, Indiana by 1224. These are the confirmed tornado warnings that we have right now for you. It's in Aurora, eastward into DuPage County, and in northeastern Kendall into northern Will County. Let's get back on those tornadic circulations. If you were in Chicago, remember we told you 45 minutes ago, now is the time to be thinking about what will I do, where will I go if a tornado warning is issued for me. We need you to cement those plans and be ready to take action. Really need you to stay weather aware, as these storms can be extremely dangerous, destructive, and possibly even deadly if you're in the wrong scenario with the wrong storm here. We take it back to these confirmed tornado warnings. Again, they do not include Downers Grove or Orland Park yet, but both of these confirmed tornadoes, whether they were sighted or confirmed by radar by seeing debris that we were just showing you, they're surging your way very quickly. Of course, beyond that is the city of Chicago. It's very, very possible that we get a confirmed tornado on the ground in Cook County, in Chicago, tonight. Let's go back to your velocity mode so we can really hone in on where the strongest circulations are. Here's one of them. Out of Oswego, moving eastward. You guys are now out of the tornado risk. Let's keep you in your safe place for a few minutes because of the damaging winds that may still be outside from the thunderstorm. But the tornado itself is crossing 30, heading toward 59 at a good clip, about 40 to 45 miles per hour. That's it right there. Moving from one county to the next, moving into extreme northern Will County. Here's the next one. This is moving from Aurora and North Aurora toward Warrenville and Naperville. You can see green meeting red. This is a tight tornadic circulation. We've had this confirmed by radar as well. Looks like the National Weather Service now just updated this warning to include more of DuPage County. Naperville, now Downers Grove. We just told you your first alert that may happen. Milton and York. Let's go back to the debris signature and keep an eye with me on where that circulation is right there on the left side of your screen. We are seeing still a strong signature of tornadic debris being lofted into the air. Again, this is not a view that you're used to seeing. I'm so glad Mary Kay showed us that, though, first right here. The purples and reds means that everything that the radar is bouncing off of and seeing are pretty much the same. Raindrops, a gust of wind, particles of dust in the air. But when things don't match, if they're different shapes and different sizes in the air that the radar is bouncing off of, that's when we get kind of this anomaly showing up in the green, yellow, and blue especially. This can actually confirm that there is a tornado on the ground because this radar, which sees in cross sections, vertically and horizontally, can tell what it's looking at. This may be, and now we're getting a little bit more of a fuzzy signature on the latest scan. This may be, pieces of a tree that have been lofted into the air. This may be pieces of somebody's property, hopefully not, that have been lofted into the air. But that's how you confirm a tornado by the radar, and that's really what we're seeing here tonight. We're seeing a little bit of pollution here on the radar site getting close to Romeoville. This line of storms, though, just to reiterate, very, very concerning as it moves into the Chicago area. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground just west of Chicago, beelining toward the city. If you're north or south of these, we haven't forgotten about you. It's just that we don't have any tornadoes in that area. Damaging thunderstorm wind gusts in McHenry, a flash flood warning with damaging winds on your doorstep in parts of Lake County, where we've had tremendous rainfall, persistent rainfall tonight. Down in Kendall and Grundy County and Ottawa as well. No tornado warnings there, but we have this big surge of wind. This is no doubt going to be 70, 75 mile an hour hurricane force winds in some areas, blasting into Reed, blasting into the rest of Will and Kankakee counties. These areas had a heat index of 110 or 112 today, so there's a tremendous amount of fuel for these storms even after dark tonight, and we do need you guys in those areas with destructive, significant thunderstorms to be indoors and away from windows, almost as if this were a tornado warning. Also, of course, because there is a possibility that we get some more tornado warnings along these storms. So again, 2 confirmed tornadoes appear to still be on the ground in DuPage County, northern Will County, racing eastward into the city. Let me take you, if we can punch up the camera that I had for you. I've got it here in the weather graphics as well. This is from downtown Chicago looking westward, and I wonder if we have a clearer view back there in the control room. Feel free to take it if we do. Looking toward these storms. Or do we have the view still from Campton Hills near Elgin? Okay, the shot is down for safety. That sounds good. Looking westward from Chicago, you can see the dark sky. If we stayed on this, there you go.
Hold on a second, because we have a new one now for Cook.
You can see some lightning there. Okay, tornado warning now issued for Cook County. Mary Kay Kleist watching the extension of this tornado warning. It now appears to include much of Will, almost all of Will County, and also southern Cook County. It seems like we can't catch a break on the south side this severe weather season, Mary Kay.
I know. We are just trying to get a handle here on the area that has the tornado warning just issued from the National Weather Service. You can see it highlighted here in the red. So yes, we've been talking about the one here in DuPage County, but now the new one extends from Joliet to Orland Park to Monee and all the way across the southern portions of Cook County. So the National Weather Service just issued this tornado warning. It is part of this whole storm complex. So to read you the timing on this, that tornado warning now for Kane County is still in effect for a very small area until 9:15, but it's that observed tornado we've been dissecting in DuPage County. That's still in effect until 9:45. And then also for Cook, Grundy, Kendall, and Will. That's the new area, and that tornado warning is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. So these storms are driving along to the east ahead of this whole squall line. We're getting those powerful winds ahead of it, creating these storms. So we've been looking at the different circulations since these are confirmed or observed tornadoes here. This is a new timing on the one in DuPage County. So Naperville 9:18, Lisle 9:22, be in your safe space. Downers Grove 9:28, then into Westmont 9:31, Hinsdale 9:34, and then into Bellwood at 9:40. That one moving into the parts of Midway Airport. Some big winds will be likely there, but down to the south, that's where we have that new tornado warning. I just want to get a look here at what's taking shape on our Doppler winds, because yes, as David mentioned, when we get so close to the radar site there in Lockport and Romeoville at the National Weather Service, it can be hard to depict the actual area of rotation. But the towns we are talking about are from all the way through Orland Park down into Beverly, and then of course up into Downers Grove as well, because we have the leading edge of this line now pushing eastward into the city of Chicago. And I've also been looking at the Weather Service from their words of what they're chatting about as far as the latest warnings and where their storm spotters are. So they have a new tornado warning now that's going out for northern Cook County, northern DuPage County. This does include O'Hare Airport. So this is a brand new tornado warning for Southern Lake, northern DuPage, northern Cook County, as severe thunderstorms are racing east at 35 miles per hour. So we are talking about the towns of Schaumburg, Hoffman Estates, Bartlett, Streamwood, Hanover Park, Elk Grove Village, Roselle, Bloomingdale, Itasca, around 9:20. So this new tornado warning is for Southern Lake County, northern DuPage, and also much of Cook County. So when we look at this one here, you can see that this one also is an observed tornado. So just to zoom it out a little bit and show you what area we are talking about, because now it's getting to a point, we have so many counties under warnings. Look at this. I think it was 2020 the last time I saw this, where we have tornado warnings in multiple counties now. So you're talking about northern Cook County, southern Cook County, DuPage County, and also portions of Will. So there's almost, the Weather Service, you can see O'Hare too. We have the live shot, so you can see what's taking place there. But Weather Service telling us there are, this is their quote, almost too many circulations to count in this line that have developed rapidly, prompting the recent flurry of tornado warnings. Many of them had the debris signatures. And David, that's exactly what we've been talking about as far as seeing the debris. We usually don't see that here in the Chicago area because usually they're a faster spin up, more isolated. This is a driving line of severe weather that is now leaning to the airport. We have multiple tornado warnings, observed tornadoes as well, tagged on all of these through DuPage, Will, northern Cook, southern Cook, Grundy, Kendall, and Will. So all of our counties being touched by the storms as this line moves into the Chicago area. And on velocity too, there are so many little hooks and circulations on this that it can be hard to depict exactly where you are seeing these circulations. I'm trying to switch over to our debris detector. Okay, there you go. All right, I'm going to hand it to you while I search this out, but boy, what an incredible squall line now as it pushes eastward. Everyone should take cover all the way to the lakefront, I think.
Yeah, Mary Kay, interrupt me when you find a debris signature. I'd love to see how many we have right now, with 6 local counties under tornado warnings, 2 counties under confirmed tornado warnings. This is an Oklahoma outbreak of tornadoes happening in northeast Illinois and eventually moving into northwest Indiana this evening. You're looking at a live picture now alongside me of O'Hare. We have a ground stop, unless anything has changed out there. Ground stop ordered about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, still underway. Ground stop at O'Hare. I'm curious about Midway as well. I'm sure they've done a ground stop as well, as a line of severe storms with tornadoes along it moves into the area. Join me in the Weather Center. Let me show you what else I'm worried about. Not only the line of confirmed tornado warnings entering Chicago, but also this boundary sitting up near Waukegan. Remember I told you earlier today that we had a flood warning in Lake County because of this persistent line? Well, now this boundary is sinking southward. Let me take you back there. And as it does so, this east to west oriented boundary is going to interact with this north-south line of storms. And when this happens, I'm looking at you, Schaumburg, and the north side of Cook County and northern suburbs, this enhances the tornado threat. So this is your first alert that even though we are under a tornado warning already in Schaumburg and northern parts of Chicago, this is an especially dangerous area. Even if we don't have a confirmation on the tornado, which we we don't have yet, this is going to be an enhanced tornado risk over the next 20-30 minutes as these storms really collide with each other. So back on the broad view, let me update our friends out to the west, DeKalb, LaSalle County, and now, thank goodness, Kane, Kendall, and McHenry counties. Your tornado threat is winding down quickly. Hesitant to say it's over, but it will be over very, very soon as you're behind this line. Still be careful of cloud-to-ground lightning, still some steady rain, but you can certainly come out of your tornado safe place. In northeastern Grundy County and everywhere eastward, we have an imminent threat of multiple tornadoes that are on the ground at the same time. As I go up and down this line, Mary Kay, I still want you to interrupt me when you find a confirmed signature on the debris detector, but let's just look at the notches while we're tracking this line. Forget about the thunderstorm winds because we have a solid wall, 4 counties high of those. But look at all these notches. Here's a possible tornado approaching Romeoville and Bolingbrook right there. Here's another possible 2 tornadoes south of Naperville. Here's another one approaching Bloomingdale. And now we're getting up to the part of the line where I told you the threat is about to be really enhanced, go through the roof. Schaumburg, up into Lake County, no imminent tornado signatures right now on the velocity, but as this boundary that I told you about coincides with this line, you bet we're going to get some circulations that are spinning up on this thing really, really quite quickly. Back to the live camera that we've got for you here. Downtown Chicago, looking off to the west, big powerful line of storms rolling in from the west. I encourage you to stay with us and watch the lightning from the safety of your living room instead of going outside to see it because we do have these severe thunderstorms that are bearing down in the area. A broader view, there's O'Hare where traffic has continued to stop. That's Midway rather. No Midway ground stop, you said? No ground stop at Midway. That's surprising. We'll see if that changes. Flights will no doubt be messed up at Midway as well, even if they don't do a ground stop. Here is the broader view as we look at O'Hare of where the tornado warnings are in effect. There's a sliver of central Cook County where you may not be hearing sirens. Nothing's wrong. We're actually not in a tornado warning yet in all of Cook County. There's a part of the city that's missing. But extreme southern Lake County southward, all the way almost down to Kankakee, a solid tornado warning, and some of that is for confirmed tornadoes. And as this big complex of storms continues to race across the area, this is only going to be more and more problematic, I fear, through the rest of the evening. Checking in with the National Weather Service briefly, then I'll give it back to you, Mary Kay. We have reports of the National Weather Service Chicago in Romeoville going into shelter. The National Weather Service staff who is issuing these tornado warnings in Romeoville, southwest of Chicago, going into shelter, heeding their own warnings. They have what they have described as a flurry of tornado warnings, too many circulations to count, as Mary Kay told us. We have a likelihood of 70-mile-per-hour west to east winds and the potential of multiple confirmed tornadoes in our area, hearing of major tree damage in parts of the area, including Oswego. So let's give you back to Mary Kay. I know, Mary Kay, you've been scanning the debris signatures, looking for any inconsistencies on the radar. Can you confirm any of these tornadoes just west of Chicago for us still on the radar?
I didn't see anything outstanding on the debris detector because I think a lot of the radar, as you mentioned earlier, is getting a little messy in places, especially as it gets closer to the National Weather Service office in Romeoville. Boy, they have a facility out there at Lewis University right at the airport, all windows in the office, and then they have this beautiful shelter in the middle that is all concrete, and I'm sure they have computers in there where they can continue giving us these warnings. But I want to give you the wide view. We have to know, where is it, where is it going, and what should I do? Our western suburbs are improving, but the tornado warnings now all observed tornado warnings go right down the line. DuPage County until 9:45. Will County also until 9:45. Then we have the northern portion of Cook County, the southern portion of Cook County, and then Kendall and Will. Those are in effect until 10 o'clock because this whole line is driving eastward. Some of the towns within this do include our North Shore friends around Evanston, the northern half of Cook County, then down to the south near Joliet as well. We're keeping an eye on the airport there, as you can see on the monitor. It's so hard to see these circulations, not only because it's dark, these are rain-wrapped circulations, and some of them are so small, it's hard for the National Weather Service to pinpoint exactly what is taking shape on the leading edge of this powerful squall line that is now closing in on the city. Every county in Illinois has had some kind of warning this evening, but now it's multiple tornado warnings that we're worried about. Northern Cook County under one, southern Cook County under one as well. And I have the lightning turned on this display just so you can see how much lightning is associated with this line as it pushes eastward. Now the leading edge of this line is also showing up with those broken notches ahead of it. That's what the National Weather Service is referring to when they're talking about smaller circulations. So when we look at the edge of this, Woodridge, Darien, that is a spot that was hit so incredibly hard not too long ago from tornadoes, and now you're under a tornado warning for an observed tornado. Downers Grove too, into Hinsdale, Clarendon Hills, Oakbrook Mall area, and then along 355. So you can kind of see the broken hooks and little divots that are on the leading edge of this line from Woodridge down to Bolingbrook. This is all headed your way into Homer and also into Orland Park. So that's just telling us that certainly circulations along the line of this are certainly possible as this line really brings some big winds to the city of Chicago. So when we look at the Doppler winds along this line, we can see now that damaging winds, destructive winds, certainly a possibility as it all heads into Chicago. But our tornado warnings now do include places like Melrose Park, like Evanston and Bloomingdale and at O'Hare. So storms are moving east now at 35 miles per hour. Our concern is for torrential downpours as well, because with those torrential rains, we've already received so much rain from over the weekend that it won't take much to create some flash flooding. So here's a new warning that we have right now. I just want to click right to it so you can see it. It's loading into here, and this is now a tornado warning that's in effect until, let's see, for Cook and DuPage. So it has filled in the city, David, for this current warning. So now we have all of Cook County under a tornado warning as storms are moving east very quickly toward the city with all this lightning and the damaging wind threat. But it is a tornado warning now throughout Cook County.
Confirmed tornado, Mary Kay, in Joliet as well. We have a confirmed tornado for Manhattan. The National Weather Service saying the tornado just passed south of their office, so they're back onto their operations floor and resuming their operations as normal. As Mary Kay just told you, we now have a tornado warning for central Chicago as well. If you are in Chicago, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. These storms are imminent. Hopefully you've taken the time today to prepare, as we've been advising you to do so. Now is the time that you need to seek shelter. If you're watching this anywhere in Chicago, tornadoes are imminent. They have been reported on the ground and confirmed by our radar. If you're in the area, we need to treat these as if tornadoes are still on the ground. Let me track out the leading edge of this, where the tornadoes would be as it moves into the most populated part of Chicago. And we can check this out together so folks at home can read it. O'Hare, 9:33. Orland Park at 9:36. Confirmed tornado heading your way. Midway at 9:44. There you can read the times with me. Humboldt Park, tornado safe place before 9:46. Downtown Chicago in the Loop at 9:51. Guaranteed Rate Field just south of there, 9:51 as well. On the broader view, let me show you some more arrival times before I join you again on camera. We have not only that area, but the confirmed tornado in Joliet. So let's treat this like a big tornado warning racing eastward. It is heading toward Gary at 10:08. Valparaiso at 10:29, Michigan City at 10:41, and we told you these storms would be pretty quick. The leading edge will be out of our area by about 11 p.m. tonight, ending our tornado threat area-wide. In the meantime, we are still watching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 local counties under tornado warnings. Let me show you a view of that just so you can get oriented on the broad view. Behind this line, behind the tornado warnings, Aurora, Geneva, your tornado threat is over for the night. In Chicago, it is peaking. In northwest Indiana and Michigan, it is just beginning. So now we have this complicated scenario where, as I told you, these boundaries are coming in from the north. And we also have this huge surging line of thunderstorms racing in from the west. These have produced, earlier in Iowa, 97-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gusts. If that were a tornado, it would be an EF1, which were stronger than the 3 tornadoes that we had locally last night. These thunderstorms, even in areas outside of the tornadoes, are incredibly powerful and certainly nothing that you want to mess with. The leading edge of that blast of thunderstorm winds is rolling in now to Wilton, Frankfort, Joliet. You've been getting hammered for a few minutes here, and you continue to be. New Lenox and Lockport under the gun. Bolingbrook, Downers Grove. You guys are getting a blast of wind and potentially tornadoes on the ground right now. LaGrange, you guys are next. York, getting hammered right now by the leading edge of thunderstorm winds and a tornado threat. Schaumburg, you are getting the leading edge of a blast of thunderstorm winds, and the same is true in central Lake County and Waukegan, north of the city. Now, in the city, I'm watching this part of the line in particular, right here near Schaumburg. Remember I told you a few minutes ago that that boundary is coming in, and we have a line coming in from the west, so this is going to enhance the spin in the atmosphere on the northwest side. Schaumburg, we're not seeing a confirmed tornado by the radar signature necessarily, but the atmosphere is definitely spinning. The storm is spinning above you. Bloomingdale to York, more notches on the radar showing possible tornadoes. Downers Grove, the same is true. Bolingbrook to Burr Ridge, possible tornadoes there. Another hook, another couplet here southeast of Lockport, heading toward Tinley Park on an eastward trajectory down I-80. Heading farther south, this is unbelievable, more circulations from Manhattan to New Lenox. And if I'm not mistaken, this tornado in Manhattan is confirmed. So let's see if we can confirm that here with our radar. This is in Manhattan, south of the city. We have seen some debris signature, although it's a little muddled on this. But the National Weather Service telling us this is a confirmed tornado in Manhattan, down in Will County, just south of the city. So again, if you are in Chicago right now, it might not even be raining yet, but imminently we have severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes racing into the area. Mary Kay, I just told my wife, who lives just northwest of downtown, to shelter in place. Everybody else in Chicago should be doing so right now.
Exactly, and the flash flood warning now that's just been issued for Chicago, because we are seeing those rainfall rates of at least 1 inch per hour, flooding already taking place. I put a track on this line, David, just so everyone could see how the whole line of severe weather continues just driving eastward into a very unstable environment, holding together with multiple tornado warnings. So moving through O'Hare, 938, 945, Orland Park to Evanston, where we have a tornado warning, 956. The city of Chicago, right around that 10 o'clock to 10:03 hour, and then Woodlawn, 10:08, Hammond, 10:15. So this tail end will make it into northwest Indiana. This line will be holding together. That's why we've been following it all day in Iowa and all evening here in Chicago. As we look live at the airport too, we can see the incredible amounts of lightning, and it's a little eerie because if there was a tornado forming, it's so hard to see. Not only is it dark outside, but at the same time it can be rain-wrapped tornadic activity. Our current warnings, here's the big picture. We have observed tornadoes that have been confirmed in spots with these warnings, as they really now are leaning toward the lakefront. We have all of Cook County under this tornado warning, and also down into the northern portions of Will County. So there are multiple tornado warnings. If you're in Cook County and you're in a high rise or a mid rise, move away from the windows, go to an interior bathroom if you can't get into the hallway or a stairwell. That would be the safest place for you. And then if you have a home with a basement, that's a spot where you would want to be at the lowest level of your home and put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. I have this area, huge area, highlighted in red. It's just incredible how many tornado warnings are in effect all the way from the northern parts of Cook County through the southern parts, and this does include portions of Will County as well as storms continue driving toward the lake. You can see the incredible amounts of lightning along these storms, wind damage, destructive winds, and straight line winds have been a history of this event as it moved from Iowa and now to the Chicago lakefront. So we have the tornado warning, we have flooding taking place into the Chicago metro as well as storms continue to drive right into the city. And with that live picture, you can see the flashes of the lightning that are continuing around the airport. That's O'Hare, and where there is a stoppage, obviously, because of this line that is driving through. So we do have a new warning. I just want to click on here so we can see it. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, now we're starting to see this into northwest Indiana, as I mentioned. And it's parts of Cook, but also, tornado warning rather, that still is in effect for parts of Cook and parts of Will County. But then they just issued these severe thunderstorm warnings for Kankakee and also Lake and Porter and Newton and Jasper counties in northwest Indiana, because these storms are continuing to drive eastward with this line of severe weather as it moves to the east. So as far as the tornado warnings go, it's all of Cook County that we're looking at now and portions of Will County. So we're talking Orland Park, the north and the south side of the city. Now, the Weather Service, I'm just hearing that there is a tornado likely headed right near the O'Hare Airport weather sensor. And they're saying approximately 10 tornadoes in progress up and down that entire squall line I just tracked for you. And a new tornado warning may be needed shortly for portions of Kankakee County. So we are talking about 10 tornadoes along that squall line that the Weather Service is depicting. It's just an incredible looking squall line as it pushes for the city of Chicago. So we have multiple tornado warnings in place, but at the same time, the Weather Service is looking at about 10 different areas, David, where we do see this rotation and possibility of tornadoes as they close in on Cook County, a place that is going to have some incredible flooding along this line as well.
10 tornadoes, unbelievable. That is more tornadoes, Mary Kay, than this area averages in an entire year, and they are happening simultaneously. Exactly. We have new reports coming in of a confirmed tornado in Will County, the confirmed tornado that we told you about, still confirmed, which I'll show you on radar in just a minute, and also that tornado that you mentioned likely heading right near O'Hare. We have some new damage reports that are coming in that I want to share with you. Damage to trees in an open field near 47 and I-88. These are west of Chicago. Several locations in Sugar Grove with wires down, and also the Campton Hills area. Riverside Drive in St. Charles Township, the entire roadway is closed due to multiple trees down, and a transformer is on fire due to the downed trees. Structure fire in St. Charles associated with the wind and the weather. Tree down at Route 25 and Stearns Road, blocking northbound and southbound roadway. Let me get you to the confirmed tornadoes that we have right now. Look at this. A spotter confirmed this tornado in Will County, moving from Joliet to Frankfort. That's number one of possibly 10 simultaneous tornadoes in our area right now. Unbelievable. Right toward Frankfort, heading toward Chicago Heights. Here's another one on the south side of Orland Park, moving eastward very quickly into places like Harvey and Beverly. Another area of concern, let me take you back one more time, is near O'Hare. This is on the northwest side of the city, of course, and you can see more of these notches in the band of winds. These are potential tornadoes under a tornado warning right now at O'Hare. Another thing I wanted to highlight, the National Weather Service picking up and now we have an extension of the confirmed tornado warning into the south side of Chicago. So southern Cook County, your tornado warning has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. We need you in your safe place right now, including in Orland Park, South Holland, Chicago Heights, etc. Another thing I wanted to highlight that the National Weather Service is looking at as well, these incredible straight line winds. Even if you don't get hit by a tornado, you might think you did, because this is going to bring down and uproot even large trees. This is going to bring down trees onto power lines, causing power outages. These are near 100-mile-per-hour straight line winds between Orland Park and Frankfort, surging eastward into the south side of Chicago. These are incredible storms. These are storms that you do not want to mess with, and these are storms that are moving right now into the center of our population center in Chicago. So just to zoom out a little bit, we still have thunderstorms ongoing up in Lake County. Flooding is a danger there, but no tornado warning for you unless you're in extreme southern Lake County, closer to Evanston. But all of Cook County just about is under either a tornado warning for a possible tornado or for a confirmed tornado. The majority of the city is under a tornado warning for confirmed tornadoes. I cannot stress how rare that is to even get a confirmed tornado warning in our area, much less to have it in the middle of Chicago, affecting millions of people. This is unbelievable tonight. So here comes that boundary from the north that I told you about. It's intersecting with this east to west, west to east moving line, and that's why we're getting these spin-ups, these tornadoes. We first alerted you this would happen 20 minutes ago, and here it is. That's what's causing that tornado near O'Hare, among others. Let me see if we have any live pictures. Back in the control room, can we go back to the O'Hare camera? Any others that are showing us the storms rolling in right now? What we're seeing is this powerful line of storms and wind racing into the city. Ground stops now confirmed at Midway Airport and O'Hare, no doubt messing with a lot of people's inbound and outbound travel plans tonight. You can see frequent lightning there. And, you know, honestly, let's stay on this camera because it's possible that we see a tornado over O'Hare tonight. This is a similar setup, severe weather threat-wise, to that rare February tornado outbreak that we had earlier this year. But overall, the risk of damaging storms near you is the highest it's been in 4 years. So this is not just another generic severe weather threat that you hear us talk about multiple times each month this time of the year. This is really an exceptional threat. This is the kind of threat that only comes around really once every several years, to be honest with you. So as we continue to watch that O'Hare camera for any possible lowering of the clouds, which I don't see right now, I see some heavy rain bands moving in and tremendous lightning. You know, I see a lot of activity on that camera, actually. Let's stay right there, watch these storms roll in. What we're seeing here is rain bands moving into the O'Hare area. The National Weather Service calling out in particular that a tornado may clip O'Hare. Tornado spotted on the ground by an observer at Midway. The tornado is rapidly approaching Summit and Bedford Park. Sirens in Kankakee County. Confirmed tornado about to cross Harlem west of Midway. O'Hare, where you're looking now, a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is a severe thunderstorm wind gust by itself. Let me go to the radar now. Join me back here if you would. Focus on that tornado near Midway. What you're seeing there at O'Hare, whoa, what is that? Stay with that. Okay, looked like it might have been a large funnel, but still having trouble telling. Let's stay on this now. We're looking live at O'Hare as a possible tornado moves over or near the airport. We've had confirmations from a spotter and by our radars of a tornado moving near Midway. Now, we're looking at a possible tornado. Do we have control of this camera up in TOC? No. Widespread wind damage, trees down, power lines, Bartlett and Streamwood. Large tornado on the ground at the O'Hare webcam. The National Weather Service saying this is a large tornado on the ground at O'Hare. Let's change that. Confirmed large tornado on the ground near O'Hare. This tornado confirmed on the ground and moving eastward. Jefferson Park and Edgewater are next in line. This is a confirmed tornado that I've got now on radar as well at O'Hare Airport. Moving across, boy, hard to tell, isn't it? It looks like, I keep waiting for that dark funnel on the right side to make progress leftward. But the National Weather Service saying that this is a large tornado that we're looking at near O'Hare. National Weather Service, Chicago. Unbelievable. Okay, let's warn people here in the path. Where is this thing now and where is it going? At O'Hare, we have a tornado on the ground, it appears now from our webcam. This is moving down 90 toward Jefferson Park, Edgewater, and Wrigley. Earlier today, we had a concert at Wrigley with thousands of people. They moved it earlier, Erica was telling me, because of the tornado threat. Hopefully they're out of there. I know we actually have a live crew there monitoring how things go for that large crowd under a tornado threat. Let me know in the control room if we have that crew available before the storm gets too close to that area to take them. If you are in the area, though, between Norwood Park, Park Ridge, Jefferson Park, O'Hare, and Lincolnwood, it appears that we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is, we're still getting reports from the Weather Service, so bear with us here. National Weather Service now saying strong tornado likely in progress, crossing 294 near Crestwood. And Mary Kay, if you're still listening, let's pull that up on radar if we can. The strong tornado with a tornadic debris signature crossing 294 near Crestwood. As we continue to watch what has been reported to be
I have the
Go ahead.
I have the debris detector up. If you want to pull my computer and talk over it, there you go. Okay, there you go, David.
Go ahead. Is that what we're looking at?
The debris detector, that's what we're looking at.
That's, and I'm having to look, I think that's my computer that we've got pulled up there. Let's switch over to Mary Kay to see where she's looking. If you're just joining us in progress now,
we're
looking
North Shore.
Yep. We're searching for this debris signature on a confirmed tornado near O'Hare. National Weather Service coming to us with several more confirmed tornadoes down the line that extend to Chicago Heights, Harvey, and South Holland. Everybody in Chicago right now is under a tornado warning, and this whole line up and down it is capable of producing tornadoes. Mary Kay, what's standing out to you now? It looks like we've got an update to the tornado warning just coming in.
Yes, and let's see, another observed tornado for Lake County, northwest Indiana. That is the latest tornado warning in effect until 10:15 for an observed tornado. So now this is starting to move into Lake County. We also have tornado warnings for parts of Newton and Jasper County. So now Indiana really getting in on the tail end of this line as it moves in. Wow, the wind field too is just so strong as this line drives eastward. You can see that taking shape now from Orland Park to St. John. So that's also an observed tornado. So we have this whole line now from St. John through the city, through the North Shore. That is the key focused area of observed tornadic activity. The National Weather Service talking about how multiple circulations are running along this line as they're moving eastward. So let's start at the south end of this. So in Beecher tonight, you can see how the radar has all these little hooks and turns on it. And that's just telling us that you can have quick spin up circulations, multiple tornadoes as well through Crete, Chicago Heights, Homewood. All of this headed your way to Hammond and Griffith and St. John. So you do want to take cover in northwest Indiana. Also near Homewood, Blue Island, and Harvey, that's the leading edge of the line moving into Calumet City and soon to Pullman and Beverly, because around Burbank and Midway Airport, we are seeing the edge of this line coming into the back of the yards in Chatham, Woodlawn, and Bridgeport as well. I'm just going to keep going north here because we still have this area under a tornado warning. Humboldt Park, soon conditions will deteriorate for you as this line races toward Old Town. And then north of that, Elmwood Park, really some heavy rain there as that storm pushes into Wrigley. Then Jefferson Park now hit hard, heading into Edgewater and Rogers Park and into Evanston and possibly up to Wilmette. So that's why we have the multiple tornado warnings in effect now from Wheeling to O'Hare to Evanston, through the city of Chicago to Midway Airport, also for you in Harvey, and also now in St. John and over into Gary. So we have moved this line into northwest Indiana as well as storms. There we just got the latest sweep on the update, and we are getting incredibly close to the loop. Let's consider that here at the TV station as well, because anybody along these lines, anybody in the city, stay away from the windows, and you want to take cover in the lowest level of your home and put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. So now let's see, the National Weather Service is still also talking about O'Hare's peak wind gust. It was 75 miles per hour. So yes, as David was talking about, that's hurricane force winds moving through that area. Let's check Midway. We're looking at Midway on this live camera as well. Winds, you can see the camera shaking because we still have that tornado warning. We have tornado warnings now at both airports. There is also some power out. ComEd customers, last report was 46,000 customers. And let's see, we're getting reports now in Kankakee County that the power's out in Bradley, Bourbonnais, and Bonfield as well. Let's see. And the city, let's see, the timing on this is with, well, it's really happening now because you're starting to see these areas of rotation moving along the Stevenson and the Ike as we start driving this storm right to the lakefront. So this is going to affect places from Wrigley Field down to Woodlawn on the edge of this line as it races eastward. So we are talking all of Cook County now filled in with this tornado warning as storms are driving eastward. We keep checking our debris detectors too to see if there's anything outstanding to that. But if you're in the western suburbs, it seems that you are finally out of the woods for this. But now we're dealing with places like Harvey and Beverly and Woodlawn that are starting to see these tornadoes move in. So I think this picture shows it well of where the warnings are. And these are observed tornado warnings for Cook and the northern part, the center part, and the southern part. But now Indiana's in on this too, and eastern Kankakee County. So we have multiple counties under tornado warnings. All of them are observed tornado warnings. That's pretty significant for our area. So you can see that these are all confirmed tornadoes as this line drives eastward. A lot of lightning. There's so much lightning. There's torrential rains. Don't bother looking out the window. It's too dangerous and it's just impossible to see anything. We had so much heat and humidity building today to fuel these storms, and that's exactly what's happening. You can almost see this curve to the line as it drives eastward. That just shows that it is moving faster in forward speed and bringing that damaging wind threat right into the city of Chicago. So now as we look at this tornado warning.
Mary Kay, I got to interrupt you. We have a possible tornado coming into the loop now in Chicago. The National Weather Service Midway Observer reporting that 2 tornadoes are sighted from Midway. Unclear on whether that's the tornado heading into the loop or if these are other ones. But if you are anywhere in the center of the city, I'm talking to you in Wicker Park, Wrigley, any neighborhood, Central, Gold Coast, Chicago, the loop rather in Chicago, the leading edge of the thunderstorms with the highest tornado threat is moving in right now. So if you have been sheltering, continue to do so for at least another 10 minutes until these storms pass. Remember I told you that boundary was coming down from the north. That is exactly what spawned the O'Hare tornado and continues to spawn the tornado from O'Hare, which is now racing toward Evanston. That is a tornado on the ground coming toward the coast in our northern suburbs. In the loop right now, we have another number of notches. It is impossible to keep up with this tonight because there are so many possible tornadoes and confirmed tornadoes along this line. And now we're under the gun right here from Hyde Park and Bronzeville, Midway and Beverly, right up into the center of town as that boundary is now sitting over the loop. There it is. And this line is intersecting it. Let's check on the velocities. This is really the most dangerous part of the night for us right now downtown. Directors, feel free to take us on a camera tour. Flag me if you're seeing anything in our area. The most impressive tornado signature in terms of velocity continues to be from O'Hare and Jefferson Park, moving now into Edgewater and Evanston. We need you in your tornado safe place. If you or your friends and family live in Evanston, give them a call, make sure they're aware. Wrigley, a possible tornado there. Lakeview, the same. In the loop, here's what the National Weather Service is seeing. we have this little couplet right, oh goodness, a couple radar frames ago. This is likely a tornado that was on the Ike just west of the loop. And now if we advance the radar just 2 frames, you can see how that possible tornado is moving up into central Chicago. So Humboldt Park, Wicker Park, the loop, West Loop, you guys are really under the gun with an imminent tornado potentially on the ground right now. What do? Remember your tornado precautions. Here it is right now. Look, look, look. This is likely a tornado on the ground in Chicago. Look at this. Grand and Ashland. This does not get much more populated than this. Right there on the Kennedy, moving northeastward toward the Kennedy from Warren and Ogden across Grand toward Chicago Avenue. This will put many people in harm's way, including the Loop, Gold Coast, Lincoln Park, Old Town, North Avenue Beach area. This is moving northeastward, and look, we have another possible rotation right over the Loop. Our studio is in Daly Plaza. Luckily, we have really fortified this studio, so we are safe here to continue the reporting for you, luckily. We will let you know, though, if we hear anything or see anything outside. But a possible tornado, a likely tornado, I will say, heading into the Loop right now. An unbelievable situation. So back to your tornado precautions. Remember, if you are in a tornado warning, which really we all are right now, especially in the heart of Chicago, we need you away from outside walls and windows. We need you in the middle of your structure, preferably underground. If a basement is not an option, maybe you can knock on your downstairs neighbor and go into their basement. If it's not, a staircase is a great option. We don't want you in an elevator. Maybe it's a bathroom or in a coat closet, under a stairwell. Something that puts as many walls of protection between you and the outside world as possible. We don't want you looking out of the window, and we don't want you outside, for heaven's sake, as these confirmed tornadoes move through Chicago. The O'Hare tornado, if it still exists, it's in Rogers Park in Evanston right now, about to race offshore. Rogers Park in Evanston, we need you. This is a live picture now from Wrigley. This is our crew out there. Good. I sure hope they're sheltering safely. This is a live view from our crew who was out at Wrigley to document how the massive concert out there shifted earlier because of the tornado threat has gone down. It looks like we're not seeing a ton of action there in Wrigley yet, but this potential tornado is imminent there. And the same is true really up and down this line into the Chicago area. Let me take you back to radar now. Flag me if you see anything on that. The most concerning signature in Cook County, I think, is right here over Gold Coast to the Loop. We have a potential tornado on the ground right now in central Chicago from River North to Old Town and Gold Coast. This is moving northeastward very quickly. Remember I told you a moment ago it was over in the West Town, West Loop area. Now it's shifting northeastward. So a potential tornado, a likely tornado as it looks to me right now, on the ground in Chicago. Can we take MW3, MW11? Let me know if we're seeing anything from those. I'd love to catch a glimpse. These are our sky cam views in Chicago. What if we caught a tornado on them tonight? My goodness. Our third consecutive night of severe weather, widespread wind damage. Last night we ended up having 3 confirmed tornadoes, all EF0, the weakest on the scale, but still 70, 80 mile an hour storms, nothing you want to mess with. Frequent lightning, heavy rain spotted here in Chicago. And it looks like we just got a new radar scan and possibly a bit of good news. Another minute or two and this threat is going to be over. Part of the tornadic circulation has shifted offshore. Part of it remains near the Old Town area. Old Town, Lincoln Park, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. If you have friends or family out there, make sure they are doing so as well. This is that same, hate to harp on it, same boundary coming down from the north that's enhancing the threat just as these storms hit Chicago. Awful timing. I wonder, Mary Kay, how many confirmed tornadoes we will end up with tomorrow. We told you at the beginning of this broadcast, Mary Kay said that this reminded her of a setup in 2020 when we ended up having about 15 confirmed tornadoes in northern Illinois, northwest Indiana. This could end up being a similar setup, couldn't it?
Yes, it absolutely can. And I just, as you were speaking, received a new tornado warning now for Porter County, also for an observed tornado. This includes our friends in Valparaiso and Crown Point. So this is tornado warning until 10:45 tonight. So now all of Northwest Indiana, Lake, Porter, Newton, and Jasper counties all have tornado warnings in effect. So, and these are observed tornadoes. As you mentioned, David, back in 2020 of August, we had a derecho move across many states and drive this exact kind of weather right through our area. Okay, so back to you.
Thank you so much. And Mary Kay, it's the top of the 10 o'clock hour now. We want to regroup for just a moment. Good news in Chicago, tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Tornado warnings in Chicago have been allowed to expire as the worst part of the storm, let me show you this map here, has moved into Northwest Indiana. Those sheltering for tornado warnings in Chicago, you can come out of your safe place. We appreciate you listening to the warnings as we take a live view over the city. We are hearing that there are 117,000 ComEd customers without power. If that's 2.5 people per house, we have over 250,000 people in the Chicago area tonight without power, no doubt due to a combination of tornado damage, bringing down lines, and tree damage from general thunderstorms moving through the area. Again, 117,000 ComEd customers without power. We still have a very dangerous situation. It is now just moving out of Chicago and into Northwest Indiana. In Chicago, still pounding rain, some gusty winds and dangerous lightning, but the tornado threat, according to our partners at the National Weather Service and what we're seeing here on radar, is winding down. We have confirmed tornado warnings, though, for our friends in Northwest Indiana. So, of course, we're going to stay with you until this storm threat has passed. Western suburbs, you're clear. Chicago, tornado warnings no longer in effect at this time. But Northwest Indiana and as far west as Pembroke and eastern Kankakee County, we do have a tornado warning in effect. The most dangerous part of this, let me get you in on the velocity mode. It is in Lake County, Indiana and Porter County, Indiana. Let's switch over if we can to my weather machine. It's Weather 1. We're looking at the velocity or the wind from these most dangerous parts of the storm. In Chicago, again, looks like the highest tornado threat has passed. We still have some thunderstorms over the area. We are monitoring that circulation. But now the focus is on you guys from Whiting and East Chicago through Lake County, Indiana. Valparaiso, you guys are next. LaPorte County, you absolutely need to be ready to be in your tornado safe place. This tornado warning will be extended your way shortly. But right now, the most dangerous part of the storm is, it looks to me like in Lake County, Indiana. We likely have multiple tornadoes ongoing in Lake County, Indiana right now. A burst of damaging thunderstorm wind gusts right here in Lowell. On the north side of that, you see a notch. A burst of damaging wind gusts in St. John. You see a notch heading toward Winfield. This is, you know, it may go down as being an epic tornado outbreak in our area. The National Weather Service will likely take several days to survey all of these possible or confirmed tornado tracks tonight. We have had confirmed tornadoes from the western suburbs to O'Hare, to 2 confirmed tornadoes sighted from Midway by their trained weather observer. One more time. Oh, great. We're looking live at Daly Plaza, again, where the tornado warning is no longer in effect. But look at those sheets of rain. Still some damaging thunderstorm wind gusts could be ongoing in the city. Not a good night to be driving. I hate to be on the roadways right now. I hope everybody's safe who has to be. But over here in Northwest Indiana, this is now where our tornado focus is, with 2 confirmed tornado warnings in effect right now. The amount of tornado warnings, much less confirmed tornado warnings, has been near or unprecedented in Northeast Illinois and Northwest Indiana tonight. This is an incredible tornado outbreak along with widespread damaging wind gusts. We first alerted you to this threat days ago And as the time got nearer and nearer, we noticed it's especially high. You know, today we were talking about a 4 out of 5 threat of severe weather. It's called the moderate risk, but really for us, it's a high risk. This rarely happens here. And now we still have a tornado outbreak ongoing with likely tornadoes in Lake County, Indiana. Let me pause you here so we can focus in on the likely tornado just east of Lowell and approaching Eagle Creek. This is a burst of damaging thunderstorm wind gusts on the backside, and on the north side of this notch, this is a likely tornado heading towards 65 in northwest Indiana. If you're in this tornado warning and your phone alarm went off like ours did in the loop moments ago, we need you in your tornado safe place. Again, the safest place to be is underground if you have a basement. If you don't have a basement, lowest floor in the interior-most room, away from outside walls and windows. And if you have a moment, you can even gather some heavy blankets, bicycle helmets, motorcycle helmets, anything that may protect you should the worst happen. We have another likely tornado in central Lake County, Indiana at Crown Point, heading toward Winfield and Lakes of the Four Seasons. Remember, all of this is moving eastward at 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour. So I'll track that out for you in a moment. North of that area, we have damaging thunderstorm wind gusts. Oh my goodness. In East Chicago, Gary, Griffith. This is unbelievable. Let me query some of these here just so we can see. This is really, really powerful wind gusts that are no doubt, 69, 72, 68 miles per hour. This is a widespread tree damage, power line damage, vehicle damage if your car is outside event, as this blast of the squall line itself moves from Lake and Newton County into Jasper, into Porter County. You guys are next. So listen, in Valparaiso down to Keener, I need you inside of your house and don't go outside to move your car or anything. But in LaPorte County, you have a moment. If you want to try to move your car under shelter or put your, bring any livestock into appropriate shelter if that's necessary, you have a moment to do so. And I really advise doing so because these storms will be damaging when they arrive. Not just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. These are especially intense. And you guys are, just to remind you, still under a confirmed tornado warning for the leading edge of these storms. The most dangerous part,
David?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to show you on my weather computer what we're looking at here in northwest Indiana. Now, this is just south of Winfield with our debris detector perhaps picking up some of that activity. You can see it here. Let me get out of the way. This is just west of Boone. Yes, and it's showing up east of 65, right around Winfield and just south of that, running along 231. So that's the area David's talking about, and we rarely use this debris detector very often in Chicago because we usually have quick spin-up tornadoes associated with widely scattered severe thunderstorms. But this is a solid line of severe weather that has prompted numerous tornadoes. So that's just an interesting fact I wanted to show you there, just around Crown Point, Winfield, and into Boone. I think that's our most intense weather as far as where the weather is the most the worst weather actually right now, because you can see the rain filling in behind that squall line. The city's still getting very wet, but the storms are over the lake. But it's northwest Indiana that we are following here with this active tornado warning. So I want to put a timing on that before we go back to David for more analysis, because I know our friends in northwest Indiana want to know where is it going, and what should I do. So storms are where I showed you around that Winfield area and around Crown Point. They are moving to the east. I've also noticed now, David, that as this line has been pushing eastward through our area, it has picked up in its forward speed. So this particular warning is going east at 60 miles per hour. That's a big change, because when this first started, we were talking 20, 25 miles per hour. So into Hobart at 10:09, Boone 10:15, Valparaiso. Also, sirens going off at the university there, and all the students taking cover that are there for summer terms. But New Durham, 10:41, into Knox at 11:04. So this is our latest warning that is moving through northwest Indiana. So here's the wide view now, as we do have flood issues around Joliet. We have the tornado warnings in northwest Indiana, and the severe weather is continuing to push over the lake. But as far as the tornado warnings go, it is for our counties in northwest Indiana. So Porter, Lake, and then also to the south there for Iroquois and Jasper and into Newton counties as well. So we've been following this line all day, and now these are the counties we're looking at. The eastern edge of Kankakee and places like Gary, also Valparaiso, Roselawn, Rensselaer, as storms keep driving east. So David, I think we're really seeing these amplify in fast forward speed now. This line running at 60 miles per hour to the east. A lot of lightning still associated with that, and those quick spin-up tornadoes that are so incredibly hard to detect when a squall line is racing eastward. It totally reminds me of the event back in August of 2020. There were so many warnings that it was hard to keep up with them because quick spin-ups just happened so fast, and then they dissipated before the Weather Service even had a chance to warn it. So then when you look at the damage surveys, you actually find more tornadic evidence in the surveys they have to take. They're going to be busy with this one. Like you said, it's going to take a few days.
No doubt. Yeah, and the good thing about these storms picking up forward speed, if there is one, Mary Kay, is that these things are going to be out of here before too long, in time for many folks' bedtimes there in northwest Indiana. We continue our tour of live pictures. We wanted to take you back here to Daly Plaza. You can see in the foreground there, even though a tornado warning is not in effect, there's still heavy rain falling. We're also hearing from the National Weather Service and seeing on our radars of a big push of non-severe or non-tornadic thunderstorm winds. Big winds and big rain in Chicago right now, but I do want to be clear, there is no tornado threat in Cook nor DuPage counties. The tornado threat has really quickly shifted eastward of the city into northwest Indiana and over the lake. So good news there. Don't be too alarmed in Chicago if you are hearing some big winds outside, and it might be rearranging a bit of our patio furniture tonight. Back on the maps here. This is a good perspective of the most dangerous storms that Mary Kay was just showing you, heading through northwest Indiana. Looks like a new tornado warning just expanded into LaPorte County, Indiana. What we're watching is the leading edge of those storms moving away from Chicago and into northwest Indiana with a continued widespread damaging wind, guaranteed just about, and the distinct possibility of multiple tornadoes. In Chicago, in Downers Grove, Geneva, Aurora, again, you can come out of your tornado safe place if you didn't hear me 5 minutes ago. We still have some heavy rain and gusty winds, but even that now is pushing off to the east fairly quickly. You can see on the velocity mode of our radar a big green surge coming in. Green is happy in this case because it is pushing out the tornado threat, even though it is bringing some very, very strong winds. In addition to those tornadic circulations that Mary Kay was just homing in on so well for us, this is just sheer velocity. This is sheer wind that we're looking at. And let me peel off some of these layers on the radar so you can see just a little bit more clearly how strong these winds are. Gary, Indiana, out of all the steel mills, 73 mile per hour winds there, racing from Lake County, Indiana into Porter County. You guys are next. Valparaiso, wind's not bad yet. It is about to be. Trust us. Down in Lowell, this is the area that likely just received a tornado. Even aside from the tornado, we have wind velocities of hurricane force plus. Leading into today, all the models were showing 80, 85 mile per hour wind gusts. We're hesitant to believe that around here because that rarely verifies. It rarely actually comes true. But these storms, boy, they've been true to form, haven't they? With incredible winds pushing through our northwest Indiana area. Let's look back now at the confirmed tornado warnings that are the most dangerous. First, down in Newton and Jasper counties, we have tornado warnings. We need you in your safe place. Basement, lowest floor of your home, away from outside walls and windows. But we're not seeing the confirmation right now from our radar, nor from spotters, nor from what you're seeing right here of a tornado. We'll keep you posted, let you know if that changes. Please do remain in your tornado safe place, though. A little farther up the line in northwest Indiana, this is now, the tornado threat appears to be shifting out of Lake County, Indiana, and into Porter County, near Boone. I'm talking to you. Valparaiso, you guys are under the gun soon with this possible tornado near Lakes of the Four Seasons. Near Boone, though, this is troublesome. Coming down 8, a surge of thunderstorm wind gusts blowing eastward, met by a strong hook on the top of thunderstorm winds blowing westward. This is a rotational velocity here, which is quite concerning because let me show you how strong this shear is, as we call it. There's winds blowing one way, 62 miles per hour, winds blowing the other way, picked up on less than 10 miles per hour. This means we have gate-to-gate shear of about 70 miles per hour, which, if it is a tornado, that's enough for an EF0 tornado, the weakest on the scale, but still good enough to certainly damage some trees, even peel up a couple shingles, or severely damage a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home, by the way, in any of these counties, we need you in a sturdier structure. If it's too late, remain in your mobile home. But remember, mobile homes next time, they do not do well in any winds over 50 or 60 miles an hour. All tornadic winds are stronger than that. The most likely tornado here, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the discontinuation of the Lake County, Indiana tornado warning soon. The most likely tornado here is in southern Porter County. And this is going to be moving eastward at a really good clip, as Mary Kay was just telling you. So let me track this out latest here with a forward speed of 60 miles per hour on the machine. This is heading eastward into Dewey, Knox, and Oregon. Here are the arrival times, and let's take that full if we need to at home. Dewey at 10:27, Thomaston 10:31, Toto at 10:36, Knox and Oregon shortly thereafter. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Porter County, Indiana, that's heading into the communities listed at the times listed. You need to be in your tornado safe place in those areas now, before it's too late, before the tornado arrives. Back on the broad view, let's go to the orientation, if you will. Western suburbs, we've got some steady rain, gusty winds. The good news on a broad scale, not only are these tornado warnings going to be out of here within the hour, but also it looks like the training of thunderstorms behind this line that could lead to significant flooding that we were worried about, it might not be coming true, which is great news. We're going to watch this area of circulation as it moves into southwestern Michigan, northwest Indiana. That could focus some heavier rainfall rates for LaPorte County, for instance, over the next couple hours. But Chicago westward, it's looking pretty all right to me. We still need to be on the lookout, certainly, for flooding as a flash flood warning continues. Just to orient you again on this view, the tornado warnings have all now pulled east of the Chicago area. Mary Kay Kleist continues our team coverage tonight at 10:16 as this severe weather event continues. Mary Kay, what are you watching now?
All right, so we need the wide view to let everyone in Illinois know that things have quieted down considerably, except we have flooding issues in spots to watch for. But as far as tornado warnings go, we still have the ones you mentioned in Berrien, LaPorte, St. Joseph County, also Porter County. I think that is where we have the most severe weather right now, the one near Boone, that circulation that you were zoomed in on, and also part of Newton County and Jasper County as well. So it's for all of this area here into northwest Indiana where we are seeing tornadic activity. So we're talking from Michigan City to Rensselaer into Valparaiso as well. Now this storm line, it's the tail end of that squall line, still holding together, and it's offshore from the city of Chicago, but pushing all the rain away from Lake County too. You're starting to see improvements around Gary and parts of Lake County, but you're really getting hit now in Porter County, also into Keener. We have some very heavy rain. So let's track this warning for you just so you can take cover and be in the lowest portion of your home and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So Valparaiso now 1020, it's moving through. Rensselaer 1030, and also into Westville at 1036, 1053, Kingford Heights, and then in Knox around 1056. So we still have warnings here in northwest Indiana that we are following, but I think the strongest cells have been showing up there into Porter County. We still have lightning flashing across Chicago and all of the western suburbs, but it's starting to die down a bit. Notice it's not as well organized behind this main squall line as it pushes over the lake. We start to see that amplify in Indiana though, and that's why those areas still have the tornado warning. I think if we could look a little closer here into Porter County, that's going to be the spot where we do see the most. I'm going to take the lightning off of this just so you could see it a little better as we go into the storm here. right from Burns Harbor to Valparaiso to Boone. Those are spots that we are looking at. I want to check the Doppler winds because we have some very strong winds lined up along this, and especially down into Boone as well. Valparaiso getting some strong winds there, and into Couts as well. So from Boone to Couts, headed to Dewey, those are spots where we are seeing those incredibly strong winds. And I was checking with the Weather Service, and they're reporting anyway, that the pocket of the strongest winds right now are headed for downtown Valpo. So we expect winds there, they said 70+ miles per hour. So that's pretty impressive. And also they're reporting 80-mile-per-hour winds just east of Boone Grove. So that's what we were looking at, just heading for you in Malden and Couts. So those are the spots we're looking at. These are, okay, so we're talking 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds right in this little area from Valparaiso to Boone to Couts. And this is traveling east at 60. So in Dewey and Hanna, your winds are starting to pick up, but the highest winds are right in this vicinity from the National Weather Service reporting that, especially right here between Boone and Couts. It's that area where we are seeing those wind gusts to 70 and even 80 miles per hour. Also strong winds down in Keener and into Wheatfield as well as we start getting south of Valparaiso. So Northwest Indiana is our hotspot right now for a damaging wind threat. You can almost see the curvature here in the winds as this Boeing line moves through with these tornado-warned storms. So from Valparaiso to Keener to Beaver, you're in the height of it, but these strong winds now are starting to really extend just about into LaPorte County. That's why LaPorte County now has a tornado warning as well. But I would say the strongest wind flow is right in here from Valparaiso southward to Keener, crossing 65 and Rensselaer. I think that your winds are going to be increasing as well. So that's where we have the active tornado warnings still in effect. Not for Illinois, it's Northwest Indiana now. And you can see here, I wanted to show you this radar display. You almost get that comma shape, that clear hook in the echo as it races eastward. The forward speed of this is moving so much faster, it's almost out of our viewing area. But we have big damaging winds to deal with in Valparaiso and in Keener. Okay, they're also talking about Valpo having a possible tornado with areas of rotation. Let's look at that because I know we're looking at this wind field that's just increasing with time, and we're getting farther away from the radar site. But rotation over Valparaiso, the Weather Service is looking at that perhaps. And I also want to check the debris signature just to see, since tonight has been such an unusual night to find debris showing up. So I don't see anything right in Valparaiso just yet. This activity could be starting to wind together, but that rotational signature coming for Valparaiso. So if you live in Valparaiso, you need to take cover now and stay away from windows. Go into the interior portion of your house and put as many walls between you and the windows as possible, because in Valparaiso, that's where we are seeing the strongest weather, I think, throughout all of Chicagoland. This perhaps is where we have the most intense weather right now, moving into Valparaiso with the possibility of a tornado. And the leading edge of this squall line now is moving from Westchester down through Valparaiso, down to Boone. Boone, you also have some very strong winds as this is racing eastward now into LaPorte County as well. So I think things are improving, David, for Lake County in Northeast Illinois or Northwest Indiana, because you can see how things are quieting down. But I think the height of this now is for our friends in Porter County and down into Jasper County as well.
I couldn't agree more. And we're here in Mary Kay. Thank you so much for watching those storms. We'll check back in with you in a second. The ComEd power outage is now up from 117,000 to 200,000. ComEd customers without power. That means 200 homes or businesses, so more people than that. What's also important, we no longer have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground. These are possible tornadoes from Valparaiso to LaPorte, Rensselaer into Newton, other parts of Jasper counties. We will check back in on those shortly. But I also want to remember our friends elsewhere. Chicago, westward to Kane and Kendall County, steady rain ongoing, but our tornado threat is winding down as we are now on the backside of this massive thunderstorm complex. Our Jermont Terry bravely rode out the storm at Wrigley Field. Jermont, you were there because they had a big concert tonight. I understand that they shifted that earlier. How did everything transpire, and what was it like when the storms came through?
Well, David, that was a very wise decision from the Office of Emergency Management to push that concert ahead, because people will have been coming out right when those sirens were going off. And as you mentioned, we know we had that threat going on here in the city, specifically in Wrigleyville. When those tornado sirens came off around, people were coming out of the concert and they were really just walking. We didn't see the heavy rain until about maybe 30 minutes ago. And if you look off now, right above the friendly confines, you can see those clouds that are just hanging over Wrigley Field. Keep in mind, this stadium was packed with people, and the Office of Emergency Management, they made the right decision to push this forward so that people were not coming out of the concert when this took place. Just to give you an idea, we are inside Rizzo's Bar and Inn, which is right here on Clark Street, right across the street from Wrigley Field. We are inside because there are still many lightning spots that you and Mary Kay have been talking about for the majority of the evening. Rain has somewhat subsided, but you can hear the thunder, but there's still a lot of lightning strikes. So we are most definitely being safe because we do not want to be outside with all those lightning strikes happening. We have seen people right now milling down the street. You see that they have their ponchos on. Many people kind of went inside many of the bars, whatever restaurants that were open, to make sure that they could be safe when the storm came through. But here we are in this going on 10:30, and people are still out. We still hear the thunder. We see the lightning, but for the most part, the sirens have stopped. As you and Mary Kay was warning our CBS News Chicago viewers, we are now safe, and we just have to wait and see and assess the damage, if there is any damage, from all of these pop-up storms and tornado warnings that popped up throughout the city. Back to you, David.
Jermont, thanks. And before we let you go, just to be clear, you did not see a tornado or see any evidence of a tornado from where you were at Wrigley tonight, right?
No, it was just the constant sirens. At first, there was one siren, and then it just continued. As you guys, as you were talking about the storm moving towards the city, moving towards the north end of the loop, we heard those sirens. We did not see anything suspicious or ominous besides what you see over Wrigley Field right now. But we did not see any funnel cloud formation at all here in Wrigleyville.
Good news. Jermont Terry there live at Wrigleyville. Continue to stay inside, stay indoors, and stay safe. We sure appreciate your reporting tonight for us. We still do have active tornado warnings, not in Chicago, but in northwest Indiana. Steady rain continues and flash flood warnings in Chicago. So if you don't have to be on the roads, please don't be. Remember, the most dangerous place to be in a flood or flash flood is at night in your car. That's when most people get in trouble. In northwest Indiana, here's that big bow echo accelerating forward, moving at highway speeds, 60 to 65 miles an hour. We no longer have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, but we still do have several counties under tornado warnings. So if your phone siren went off in Newton, Jasper, LaPorte, and Porter County, Indiana, we still need you to stay indoors and stay sheltered. Even if there is not a tornado, which, you know, from where I'm standing, I don't think there is a tornado on the ground right now. Reason enough to shelter is these incredible winds. Check this out. Let's peel off the warning layer and get a fresh scan of the radar and query some of these winds. This is an incredible wind burst that is racing over the plains and fields of northwest Indiana, from Valparaiso to Keener, down into Rensselaer and the Kankakee River Valley. This is a widespread, damaging wind event. I told you a moment ago, we have 200,000 customers, ComEd customers, without power. No doubt in my mind that number will continue to escalate, as unfortunately these winds are bringing down trees, they're bringing down power lines, they're bringing down trees onto people's cars that are parked in the street. I mean, we've seen too many instances of wind damage already this spring and summer in the Chicago area. This could be our most impactful severe weather event yet this year. Actually, I have no doubt that it is. querying more of these velocities over there near Valparaiso. Hurricane force winds just above ground level, likely a lot of this reaching the ground. And as the winds, as the storms rather, continue to surge toward the southeast, this is actually a little spot of good news now. It looks like to me the leading edge of the storms, where the tornado threat is the highest, remember, is now pushing out of Jasper County on the east side. Still near Rensselaer, we've got, a little bit left. Okay, we just had a trim back of the tornado warning. So now Newton County, Lake County, Indiana, out of tornado warnings. You guys can emerge from your safe place. We appreciate you taking those tornado precautions and listening to us throughout. Still just from Rensselaer eastward, we have a continued tornado threat, but this is going to be out of here in about 15 minutes or less, I think, which is great news for your folks out there. Hopefully we can get by without any confirmed tornadoes in our southern tier of Indiana counties here. Keener, we still have some heavy rain, some very strong wind gusts. Up the road near Valparaiso, as Mary Kay was just talking about for you, we still have a lot of strong winds, but it doesn't look to us like we have any tornadoes on the ground right now or any really high threat of a tornado. Once we're behind, and we're switching between radar sites here, once we're behind this front edge, which is well past Valparaiso and into LaPorte County, we're kind of done with the tornado threat for all intents and purposes. So strong thunderstorm winds continue in those areas. Let me take you down the line just to be safe, triple check our work here. And, I told you from Rensselaer southward, we're still under that tornado warning. Here's why. We still have the leading edge of the storms right there approaching Carpenter on I-65. And along that leading edge is where we can get these spin-up tornadoes. So let's focus in now for our friends in Carpenter. And this is a concerning area here. Actually more near Jordan, I guess, than Carpenter. Just south of Rensselaer near Jordan, right there. That's a possible tornado, a possible funnel cloud. Looks like we just got a new scan with a weaker rotation, but we're going to keep watching this leading edge in places like Milroy, Carpenter, Goodland, up toward Francisville as this leading edge of the storms pushes your way, a continued tornado threat. Not for much longer, but just bear with us. Continue those tornado precautions across the area. These are where we need the tornado precautions, well east of Chicago at this point, but from Valparaiso into LaPorte County, parts of Jasper County under a tornado warning still as well. Mary Kay, I know you've been checking with the National Weather Service and looking at the radar. What are we seeing?
I have two good points to make that are very interesting. Number one, the tornado watch has been dropped. Whew, that's a nice sign, right? And the reason they are hanging on to the tornado watch still is because of the activity, of course, that's still happening in Porter, LaPorte, and Newton and Jasper counties. But on the Illinois side, even to Kankakee, you can breathe a sigh of relief that those storms are now through. So we still have those warnings that David was highlighting. I'm going to leave these up on the screen as I make my second point. But the good news is with these tornado warnings now, they are radar indicated. They are not observed on the ground in portions of LaPorte County. Also, too, I was monitoring the National Weather Service chat. They're always talking back and forth with meteorologists in the city and also storm spotters and emergency managers. And a question was posed, were there actually tornadoes on the ground at O'Hare and at Midway at the same moment? And the historic answer was yes. That's incredible. I've been here a long time, and that is incredible. And it's dark outside. So I think tomorrow, once Chris Habermel gets up in Skywatch, that's when it really hits home, when you start to see the paths of where the damage has been. But right now, we're kind of moving this out of town. We're seeing LaPorte County seeing that last line of storminess come through. And as we were watching, David, the Doppler winds, not showing those couplets of rotation, but they are certainly showing very gusty winds still on the very edge as we say goodbye to this front as it moves through, but still some lightning happening for our friends in Northwest Indiana. But the Illinois side, we could breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that. And David, I just thought that was very interesting about both of our big, busy airports.
I think those were both excellent points. And how wild, Mary Kay, tornadoes on the ground simultaneously at O'Hare and Midway, and the spotter at Midway seeing two tornadoes simultaneously from his or her viewpoint. So just unbelievable and historic. The Valparaiso, our friends over in Porter County, Indiana, we just had a report just south of the city from a personal weather station relayed from the National Weather Service of 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts, hurricane force. So that's why, you know, in Chicago or Aurora, you might be wondering why we're still covering these storms. We still have dangerous, powerful storms in our viewing area, and we treat every county the same. We got to treat all of our neighbors and viewers, you know, as our own, because we want everybody to be safe tonight as these storms continue to pull out. The other bit of good news is that Rensselaer, southeastward, you guys are going to be trimmed out of the tornado warning at 10:45, which is in 10 minutes here. LaPorte County, your tornado warning only continues until 11 p.m. and it may even be canceled before then. So just a little internal planning as well. We should not be wall-to-wall anymore beyond about 15 minutes from right now, depending on how these storms evolve. So in Chicago, out toward Joliet, we had confirmed tornadoes on the ground, multiples tonight, and steady rain continues. One thing that I want to pull up for you tonight as we continue to watch the damaging winds, also in Valparaiso with those hurricane force gusts, multiple reports relayed by the Weather Service of power lines down and trees down. Again, that's in Valparaiso, Indiana tonight. One thing that we can also see here are the storm reports. And on a day like today, when you have numerous reports of not only wind damage and flooding and high wind gusts, but also tornadoes, it can be very illuminating to look at the map. Now, what I'm seeing here, a lot of wind gust reports, a lot of damage reports, a lot of power lines, a lot of trees. But so far plotted, here are the tornado reports. Near Rockford, confirmed tornado according to the Weather Service earlier today. South of Aurora, let's click on this, near Montgomery and Oswego. This was the funnel cloud near Boulder Hill, which, by the way, remember if you were with us, was a confirmed tornado by radar, meaning that the funnel cloud was actually chewing up stuff on the ground, making that connection. That's a confirmed tornado, and we can often see that from radar. We also had, oh, look at this, Cook County. There is the confirmed tornado tonight at O'Hare. Public report, oh, that's actually, well, it looks like that's a broken tree branch report that's coded as a tornado report, but that was likely due to the tornado that was spotted at O'Hare, just east of O'Hare, on its way out to the lakeshore. Let's scan for any more confirmed tornadoes or funnel cloud reports coming in from the Weather Service. Looks like that's all we've got so far. Let's check out the video now coming in of the possible tornado at O'Hare. I'm going to be seeing this for the first time along. Oh, from the Skycam. This is from the O'Hare. Yeah, this is from the O'Hare airport camera that we were looking at. We're looking over 2 runways at O'Hare. This was earlier, correct? This was earlier, and I assume you guys have edited the part where things get really exciting. What we were talking to the National Weather Service at the time, and remember we said, oh, we should probably stay on this because there's a tornadic circulation coming toward O'Hare. Look at that at the top of your screen. You see the lowering of the clouds, the discoloration there. Frequent lightning, heavy rain. You see the trees there at the bottom right moving around in the wind. And pretty soon here, we'll see what the National Weather Service says was a confirmed large tornado on the ground at or immediately adjacent to O'Hare. An historic night to see that not only there, but as Mary Kay said, at Midway Airport at the same time. Thank goodness both of those airports triggered ground stops 30 to 45 minutes before the tornadoes hit both airports. And of course, airports as large and as populated as ours have firmly rooted and well-practiced tornado safety protocol. They have safe places to go in the event of a tornado. We'll edit out the, we'll get to the tornado part for you if you stay with us. We also have a confirmed tornado report earlier this evening, it looks like from just south of Aurora, coming in on the Weather Service maps. And just because, oh, that's the funnel cloud near Boulder Hill. Just because we don't have more on these maps doesn't mean that we won't get more. By tomorrow, this map will look very different as more reports come in. And of course, during the light of day tomorrow morning, people might notice damage. They might check a high thunderstorm wind gust. In Valparaiso, tornado threat ending. In Newton and Jasper counties, tornado threat almost over. The one area we're still concerned with, from Carpenter to areas southeast of Rensselaer, these are out of our viewing area, but folks, if you know anybody in North Judson or out toward Royal Center in Rochester, this powerful thunderstorm wind with damage, no doubt, is going to be coming their way. In LaPorte County, we are still under a tornado warning, places like Kingsford Heights, Michigan City, over to South Bend, Indiana, but none of these are for confirmed tornadoes. So doesn't mean we don't need to take it seriously, because we do, but let's just check in on the velocity, first of all. And you can see this big thunderstorm wind gust still producing some possibly damaging winds in places like Rensselaer. But if we look at the storm relative velocity, which is more relevant to searching for a tornado, and again, we're in rural areas between radar sites, so we have a grainy view, but I am not seeing any signs in southern counties near Rensselaer. Now, in Michigan City area, this is something to watch. Let's put this into motion. Looks like we have a tight rotation now in LaPorte County, where a tornado warning continues north of Scipio. So if you're in this area in LaPorte County, tornado warning precautions are crucial at 10:38 tonight. A tornado warning continues for your area until 11, and this is still the leading edge of those storms, southeast of Michigan City and moving away from Michigan City. But if you're in these areas close to I-80, in northwest Indiana, in LaPorte County, this is a possible tornado right here, southeast of Cool Spring. In LaPorte, we need to be in our tornado safe place right now as this possible tornado moves eastward at a good clip. Some of these storms have been moving at 60 miles an hour. This is a little farther up the line, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's moving a little more slowly, 40 to 50 miles per hour. We're not, I don't believe, seeing a debris signature with this. Let's check it out, southeast of Cool Spring. That is not debris right there. Yeah, it has to line up with that front edge of the storm, remember. We are seeing a bit of rotation, though, and that's something to keep an eye on here for our friends just east of Cool Spring. So again, get you oriented. This is in LaPorte County, well east of Chicago. These storms are moving out of the Chicago area, but in LaPorte County, we have a possible tornado north of LaPorte itself, moving eastward, that we're going to keep an eye on for you. Mary Kay Kleist still watching the radar in northwest Indiana and elsewhere. Let's toss it over to you as our team coverage continues.
And David, I have two thoughts again this time. Now, first of all, ComEd customers without power up to 280,000. So we have a lot of people without power. And the second thought is that this flash flood warning continues for the city, for Evanston, for Schaumburg, for Downers Grove, and Orland Park. Rainfall rates of a healthy inch or more per hour have been the case. So this flash flood warning is in effect until 12:30, so just after midnight, because of all the rain that still is falling, but the storms are through the city. The severe weather, to recap this, we still have tornado warnings now. They are moving away from our viewing area, but southern parts of Jasper County and also LaPorte County are still affected with this tornado warning. So in Berrien and LaPorte County, that warning is in effect until 11 o'clock, and into Jasper County, it's until 10:45. So just to highlight this area now from Michigan City down to Rensselaer, that's where we have the tornado warnings that are currently in effect. We don't have any reports of confirmed tornadoes or seeing any clear rotation with this, but we do see some big winds with the last blast of this front as it pushes eastward. And you can see the leading edge of this line now is starting to break up a little bit into LaPorte County, more solid on the southern edge of it as it pushes eastward, and it's racing eastward fast at 60 miles per hour. So it's picking up in forward speed, but still bringing gusty winds. When we look at Doppler winds, we don't see any areas with couplets or compact circulation at all. But what I am seeing here from Valparaiso to Keener, boy, the same area still seeing those damaging winds. I think we'll have a lot of trees down in this area and maybe other damage as well once the sun comes up tomorrow, because this line continues pushing those huge winds in. So a lot of lightning around Rensselaer, still lightning in Valparaiso, but now kind of leaning into LaPorte County. So much weather over the lake that's going to be affecting southwest lower Michigan. So on the Illinois side, we just have rain that is still kind of steady but lighter, and also some pockets of lightning as well. The more organized lightning is along this line as it pushes eastward. So the focus points now are Jasper County and into LaPorte County. So that's what we're watching for now. But as we roll through the night, we're finally going to change this pattern. I think, David, we all can appreciate a trend of drier weather, and that's what our long-range forecast is showing for several days of a nice cool lake breeze and no storms to track or worry about, because I think we're going to need some time for the cleanup.
Yeah, I'm excited about that, 76-degree sunshine with a lake breeze on Wednesday, personally. Thanks, Mary Kay. We are still watching that area in northwest Indiana that we were just tracking for you. As a reminder, on the broad view, this is on the front edge of the problematic squall line that has been causing a handful of confirmed tornadoes, including in Chicago tonight. Now Chicago is well behind that. Still some rain, some claps of thunder, but the leading edge is out of Newton and Jasper counties, where the tornado threat is ending. It's out of Lake County, Indiana, and Porter County, but now in LaPorte County. This is the one area where we got to stay with you for about another 15 minutes at least, just to make sure that this possible tornado doesn't cause any trouble. What we're seeing right here north of LaPorte, or let's call it on the north side of LaPorte, because I want folks in LaPorte to be in their safe place right now. A possible tornado. You see the red right here next to green, and it was for a moment right here kind of tight and bright right there, but then now you see it fades out, it's widening out a little bit. So we may have had a brief tornado, at least a funnel cloud northwest of LaPorte. We may still have that, but it looks like the circulation, at least for the time being, has weakened slightly. If this is a tornado, though, it's moving eastward at about 35 miles per hour. So here are the areas where we do need to be in the basement until I advise you otherwise. Let's take this full. Tea Lake at 1048, LaPorte 1042. Hillside, possible tornado on your doorstep at 10:54. Wills at 10:57. Hudson at 11. Beyond that time, it is out of our viewing area, but if you know anybody else affected on the screen here, including places like Olive, make sure your friends and family out that way are advised on the situation. Getting you a bit closer down in Rensselaer, the storms continue for you, but that big blast of damaging winds is starting to wind down just a bit. If we look at the pure velocity mode, I know this looks, really widespread and quite bright, but this is pretty far from the radar site. So again, we're looking several thousand feet up into the sky, or even 5,000 feet up above the ground. So a good amount of these winds, now that we're so far from the radar site southeast of Rensselaer, are not actually reaching the ground. Still, though, some damaging wind gusts did occur as these storms rolled through Newton and Jasper counties. And again, we're switching between radar sites, hence the color show for you. Some strong gusty winds continue in Valparaiso. The same is true out in LaPorte County, though some of this is not actually reaching the ground, which is, of course, the other reason why it's hard to tell you if there's a tornado affiliated with the southeast of Michigan City, because we're looking at an Indiana radar site now, and it's still a little far away, so we're looking at a bit of a grainy view. In areas from LaPorte up toward the Michigan border, though, and especially out east toward Olive, we need to treat this as a potential tornado. It's continuing to show a broad rotation, 5 miles across or so, not necessarily a tornado, but this may also be, since we are far from the radar, the mesocyclone, the spinning part of the lower atmosphere associated with the storm, with a potential tornado under it. So just because this is broad, we're looking up into the low levels of the atmosphere above the ground. There may still be a wall cloud, a funnel cloud, or indeed a tornado. So in these areas, we need to keep treating this as if there is a tornado on the ground, just to be extra safe. On the broad view, let's get you back to the Chicago area. Rain, lightning continue. That's not why we're staying with you. We are staying with you, of course, for our friends in northwest Indiana. And even there, we expect the threat to pass, luckily, within the next 10-15 minutes. We're scrolling through numerous reports now, and maybe you have some of your own, of 2 to 3 foot diameter trees that have been snapped or uprooted. 30-inch diameter tree down, for instance, in the wake of these storms. These are really significant trees that have likely been there for decades, which have been killed and interrupted by this storm. It took, it was never interrupted. That tree stood every storm for 50 years or 100 years until this one came along, an indication of just how powerful and rare these storms have been. We also have reports coming in from the Weather Service. I told you about the hurricane-force gust on the south side of Valparaiso, 76 miles per hour. The last tornado warning for the National Weather Service area is about to expire here, but we still do have LaPorte County in our service area, so ours continues for until about 11 p.m. at this time. More reports of power outages, trees down in northwest Indiana, highest gust in Benton County, 60 miles per hour, close to our viewing area. So basically just, you know, a lot of the same. Power outages, trees down in the wake of these storms. And, you know, I fear to see what our patios may look like after these damaging wind gusts settle down in the wake of them. So we still do have one tornado warning active for our area. That's out in LaPorte County, Indiana. This is scheduled to expire in 12 minutes from right now. So we're going to stay with you until then or until it is otherwise canceled early. Mary Kay, we've also been watching some flash flood warnings, which continue in the wake of these storms. Flooded roadways pretty widespread across Chicago right now.
And that's been a problem because over the weekend, David, you know, we picked up several inches of rain. Rockford, geez, 6 to 10 inches there, and we had rain already, so saturated grounds to start. And now all of our area still has the flood watch up, but it is a flash flood warning still that is in effect until 12:30 for most of Cook County, DuPage and Will too. So we're talking from Schaumburg to Downers Grove to Evanston and the North Shore and into the city, and also Orland Park and Pullman too. So we are still concerned with the flood threat just because the rain is not quite done. And as far as tornado warnings go, they've now all expired for our friends in Newton and Jasper County and also Lake and Porter. So we still have this one in LaPorte County, but otherwise everything else has moved east of our immediate viewing area as that squall line continues to move to the east. It'll be interesting to see how the National Weather Service tackles this survey of all the damage because they will have to have multiple teams in many places. Let's go back to Erica Sargent now at the news desk. Erica?
All right, Mary Kay, you and David have done a phenomenal job keeping us updated on these storms. We want to let you know that The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, we will have that broadcast at 11:15 tonight after our severe weather coverage. We want to pause on that Stephen Colbert coverage until we can make sure everyone in our viewing area is safe with some of these warnings still in effect. So with that, I want to send it back over to meteorologist David Yeomans to get us updated on where we stand now with these weather alerts, David.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Erica. And it looks like the last tornadic circulation in our viewing area is only 3 miles from exiting our viewing area and exiting LaPorte County. Still some steady rain and breezy winds in Chicago. Nice cozy night to stay in with us here on CBS News Chicago. The potential tornadic circulation that we've been following for you north of LaPorte, it still looks weak. It still looks broad, heading toward the Olive area and down I-80 toward the east-northeast. It's moving, I just measured it at 36 miles an hour, so it's going to close that 3-mile gap pretty quickly in the next handful of minutes here and then be out of LaPorte County, maybe crossing into southern Michigan eventually. We're not seeing any terribly concerning signs that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, nor are we seeing signs on the north end of this line here in LaPorte County of tremendous damaging wind gusts. Those have been mainly focused on the central part or the southern part of this line south of this area. But still, we do have the potential. We're seeing some rotation in the atmosphere, broad as it may be, and we have the potential of a tornado in northeastern LaPorte County, which is why it is important that we continue our tornado precautions in that area. Otherwise, and we'll keep an eye on that LaPorte County warning for you, of course, the last tornado warning in our area. Almost every, well, let's think. I believe every single county in our viewing area, yeah, every single county has been under a tornado warning at some point tonight. That is 16 counties in northeastern Illinois, northwest Indiana that have been under tornado warnings at some point tonight. And more than half of those, I would say, have been at least at some point confirmed tornado warnings. It is incredible to get one of those, much less what, about 7 or 8 counties, many of those simultaneously, including Cook County and Chicago, with this outbreak. Zooming you out just a bit, we are on the back end now, most of us are, of a tremendous complex of thunderstorms. This all started quietly this morning in Minnesota and Iowa as a little invisible swirl in the atmosphere. Once it slammed into all this tremendous heat and humidity that was palpable outside today, it exploded into the most damaging severe weather outbreak of the year so far here, and possibly the most damaging outbreak in longer than that. We'll be able to tell you that in the subsequent subsequent days as the weather quiets down later this week. But a tremendous tornado outbreak, incredibly widespread wind damage. We told you that more than 250,000 ComEd customers are still without power tonight. If you lose power, or you and your family, friends lose power, remember you can always still stream us on your laptop, on your cell phone. Always wise during a storm or before a storm to charge up your devices just in case you end up losing power. That way you can stay in the know. Grab the CBS Chicago app, cbschicago.com, and if you do have power, you can always stream us on your streaming TV provider, of course, on CBS News Chicago. Let's get you back to Erica here for just a moment. We'll keep you updated on the LaPorte County warning in just a couple minutes. Erica.
Okay, David, as you and Mary Kay have been saying, with these dangerous storms have come power outages, and we want to talk to Lauren Huffman with ComEd to get an update on that. Lauren, I know I'm looking at the map there that you have on your website, and it looks like close to 300,000 people at this point are affected. Take us through the numbers as you have them right now. If you could take us through the numbers, and then if you're seeing them in any specific areas where it's most concentrated.
Yeah, good evening, Erica. Thank you for having me on. This was a really devastating storm this evening, and just to be clear, ComEd is doing everything we can to bring power back online to everyone affected. There are currently over 300,000 customers experiencing an outage in northern Illinois right now. The hardest hit places that have been impacted by this evening's storms are the west and south regions, so places like Joliet, and we're still surveying the damage.
And we want to pull up that map as you are taking us through this. We were seeing especially those icons that show 50 plus in many of those areas, as you said, central areas, and then southwest of Chicago. We can see that there. I also noticed that you're sending out alerts via X, formerly Twitter, where you're telling people to report downed power lines. What exactly is the protocol that you're telling people?
Yeah, we want customers that are experiencing an outage to report that to us. They can do so by calling 1-800-EDISON. That number is 1-800-334-7661, or by doing so online.
And Lauren, right now, thankfully, the Chicago area does not have any current warnings for tornadoes. So at what point, and take us through the process for those crews actually getting on the ground? I know it's a lot of area to cover, but do you think that we'll see relief and some power restored tonight, or will it be into tomorrow and even possibly longer?
Yeah, so crews are working now. They're working in some difficult conditions, obviously, with the impact of the storms. But we do have over 500 utility workers in the field now. We will be calling more to come onto our response effort. So, again, we really just want customers to be safe out there, to take shelter as more rain and storms are expected, and to report any outages to us at that number I gave before. I'll give it again, 1-800-EDISON-1. And also, if you see a downed wire, report it immediately to us. Keep your distance. Always assume it's energized. Again, safety is key as ComEd pursues the response to this really devastating storm that occurred this evening.
Yes, Lauren, you were talking about over 500 employees there responding. In emergency situations, we know that in past storms, there have been additional crews brought in to support outside of ComEd employees. Do you believe that will be needed, where you will need to have outside assistance?
Like I said, we are going to be calling more to come on to this response effort that's currently underway now, and we'll definitely be keeping CBS updated on the numbers of crews that we've got in the field to make this restoration possible for our customers who are impacted.
Okay, so it sounds like in addition to the current crews, there might be an extended relief from outside sources. Okay, Lauren, thank you so much for your time, and we will keep our eye on the map here. As you said, just over 300,000 customers affected. That's with about 3,500 active outages, and we had that map showing you, and Lauren mentioned the areas where it's most concentrated. But as David and Mary Kay have been showing us, storms have impacted so many different communities in our viewing area. So a lot of work ahead, not just for restoring power, but assessing the damage and repairing that. Right now, I want to send it back over to meteorologist David Yeomans to get an update on where we stand with the severe weather, David.
Yeah, and we sure appreciate those power crews. Thanks for the information, Erica. Good news, our last tornado warning in LaPorte County, the last in our area, likely for the evening, is about to expire in 3 minutes. And even before that time, the circulation with the possible tornado we were watching close to LaPorte and Michigan City is exiting the viewing area. So our tornado threat, after a handful, we will be able to tell you how many in subsequent days, a handful of confirmed tornadoes is finally winding down. With that said, we still have some rain. We still have flood concerns. The back edge of the rain now clearing DeKalb, but it'll be raining for about another hour, hour and a half in much of the Chicago metro area. If any more severe weather warnings pop up, especially tornado warnings, you will be the first to know right here. But in the meantime, we want to continue our coverage for the next few minutes with a few other things that are going on in our area. Erica?
We will reset here at just about 2.5 minutes till the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Again, I am Erica Sargent. We have been joined throughout the night by meteorologist David Yeomans and meteorologist Mary Kay Kleiss, tracking multiple tornado warnings and confirmed tornadoes at different points. Now, just to get you updated on where we stand with power outages, over 3,000 people are without power at this time. You heard me just talking to ComEd Representative Lauren Huffman there about how they are sending at least 500 crew members to start making those repairs. We've also heard from Jermont Terry tonight, who spoke about a concert. He has been reporting from up there at Wrigley, where a concert was supposed to happen later in the evening. They pushed that to earlier in hopes of beating the storm. And thankfully out there, Jermont said that everyone appeared to be safe. Now I want to send it over to Mary Kay Kleiss. Mary Kay, you know, thankfully at this point, it looks like we are out of that zone of severe weather in the greater Chicago area. But as you have been reporting, boy, this is an event that we have not seen in several years. You were comparing it to 2020, when we saw so many storms, so many tornadoes roll in at that time.
Mm-hmm. And that was a similar setup, if you remember, Erica. During the height of COVID in 2020 in August, we had that derecho race across many states and move right in with multiple tornado warnings, and that's what we had. What we're left with is still flooding issues because we had such torrential rain come through. All day long we had extreme heat, extreme humidity. That did nothing but add fuel to the storms as they moved in. So we still have a flood watch area wide, but I want to bring you to this maroon color highlighted area because that's where we still have the flash flood warning in effect for parts of Cook County, DuPage, and Will. So we're talking about areas from Schaumburg to the North Shore, around Evanston, throughout much of DuPage County, into Downers Grove, the city of Chicago, then Orland Park and Pullman. And, you know, especially these areas to the north just had those heavy downpours with those tornadic storms that moved in. So even O'Hare under this flash flood warning, and Jefferson Park and Logan Square, the heart of the Loop, and Bridgeport. This is until 12:30 in the morning, this flash flood warning, just because we had rainfall rates anywhere between 1 to 2 inches per hour. And we already had saturated grounds from the weekend rain. So we are talking from Blue Island to Oak Forest to Harvey, down into Tinley Park and Homewood too, and Madison and Chicago Heights and Stager and into Linwood. So what we're having now is all of our warnings, as David mentioned, are east of us. They've moved into the South Bend market, so they're out of Chicago. And finally, Northwest Indiana. I just wanted to show you this radar because you can finally breathe a sigh of relief without having those dramatic winds and storms racing through. So when we roll this into motion, you can see all the lightning concentrated right along that boundary as it moved through. Once it crossed the state line, it's almost like it hit the gas, because then we noticed that the forward speed of it was so much faster. It was moving more like 60 miles per hour. And when it first started out, we were were tracking individual storms in the far western suburbs that were moving forward at about 20 miles per hour. So this thing really amped up, speeding up, moving into Indiana. Now we're just left with some light rain on the other side, but we are in store for a big pattern change here over the next couple of days because we've had days of extreme heat, extreme humidity, 3 days of storm tracking too. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens when the sun rises tomorrow and how the Weather Service goes about the damage surveys, because when you have so many spots that they have to check for damage, they have to really kind of divvy up their teams and strategically place them around Chicago so they can get a good look at the damage before it's all cleaned up, of course, or before the next storm system moves in. So they're going to be very busy in the coming days, and they do an excellent job communicating with us as they evaluate the strength on the EF0 to EF5 scale of what we would, expect damage-wise from some of these tornadoes, because sometimes you get one tornado and then other times they kind of spawn off into multiple rotations. But this was all part of a squall line that just ahead of it had those small circulations that were so hard to depict. There were so many warnings going on at one time. But David, I think what is most interesting is how we actually had tornadoes on the ground at both of our major airports. And we're lucky to be connected to the National Weather Service chat room, because that way we can communicate not only with their meteorologists, but also with storm spotters and emergency managers around the area. So Erica, that gives us a real vantage point to know where that extreme weather is happening, and we can marry it with a display on radar that looks super impressive and then have some real-time eyes on it from those trained storm spotters that are out there. So it's a beautiful network to keep everyone safe. But tomorrow, I think once Chris Habermel gets up in the sky, we'll get a real picture of what really happened tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mary Kay. Well, now we want to switch gears here. It has been a busy night with the weather. We also have the Republican National Convention, of course, going on. Our Joe Donlin has been there at the RNC in Milwaukee. We want to get you updated, caught up on that as well. Joe.
Good evening from Milwaukee. Donald Trump surprises the Republican National Convention with a dramatic appearance tonight.
Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago.
Miles of pretty steady, solid wind damage reports. I wonder if there's a Spanish word for long tornado outbreak as well, over a 200, 300 mile length. Pretty incredible night here in the Weather Center. So I want to take a moment to thank Mary Kay Kleist for her team coverage, expertly executed as always. We appreciate your time and expertise with us, Mary Kay. And to all the viewers, thanks for joining us here for our extended severe weather coverage as what will likely go down as a historic tornado and severe weather outbreak finally starts to exit the area. I'm meteorologist David Yeomans in the First Alert Weather Center. We'll end it here with Erica.
All right, David, Mary Kay, thank you for all your hard work tonight. We want to leave you here before we go into regular programming with some images of this storm. This is video taken from O'Hare, a camera there showing possible tornadoes there. I remember David keeping his eye on this one, is particularly to the right of the screen, as we thought we could see that tornado move across. Also, DeKalb County, a scary scene there. Large trees came crashing down, power lines as well, sparking fires amid the heavy downpours. And take a look at this, St. Charles lightning as the tornado sirens blared. Windows picked up and rain came coming down in sheets. And lastly, let's take a look at southwest suburban Plainfield, where you can see a lot of lightning and hear tornado sirens going off. As David said, I want to echo thank you for staying with us for this severe weather coverage. We're working to keep you safe, and now we want to give you a new episode of Colbert starting right now.
Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather. CBS 2 News streams here. CBS News Chicago. Committed to telling your stories. CBS 2. Keeping you safer, sooner. CBS 2 First Alert Weather.